Me? I'm looking for myself here, but I'm not here. All right. Rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. That is the peace that only God can give, and his choice, blessings, and mercy be upon us all. Ameen. I bear witness that there's no God worthy of worship except Allah, and that Muhammad, the prophet, is the seal of the prophets. Ameen. With God's name, the merciful benefactor, and merciful redeemer. I'm Imam Wadathuddin Muhammad, the president of the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad, and I'd like to welcome all that are listening today to the Mosque Cares June, the beginning of summer. This is I hope everyone's doing well. This is our June community first Sunday community program, and we'd like to get started by opening up with dua. We have Imam Elam Muhammad. He's at the Mosque Cares in East Hazelcrest, and I'm gonna turn it over to him now so we can open up our program, inshallah.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters.
Walaikum assalam.
Okay. Bismillah, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Ameen. Welcome to the first Sunday program.
Yes, and Imam Elam, we can turn it over. We're going to turn it over to the Muslim Health Consortium. I see Imam Dr. Ramadan. He's here, and if he can hear me, you can start now if you like, Imam.
All right, thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lahu. Ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu rasuluhu sallallahu alayhi wasallam. We thank Almighty God Allah for this opportunity to be here. And on behalf of the Muslim Health Consortium, we'd like to thank Imam Wadathuddin Muhammad II and the Mosque Cares for always this opportunity to share what we've learned and what we'd like to benefit ourselves and the community with. So we'd like to get right into our topic today. And as you know, we always start with a view from the top level, the public health update. And so we'll start there. For many months, in fact, years now, we've been reporting on the status of COVID and recently the triple-demic COVID, RSV, and the flu. And well, we said the last time that they appeared to be in the rearview mirror. However, we have to bring them out of the rearview mirror back into the front windshield. The CDC said last month that among all ages, hospitalizations have gone up. For flu, it's been 200%. And for COVID, it's been 51%. And for RSV, it's been 60%. So these things are creeping back with us, and they'll be continuing to go up as we go through the summer and into the fall. So those of us who have not gotten our shots yet, it's still time, and that would be recommended. Now, the issue that is dead in front of us, and that's the bird flu, the H5N1 update on that. And as you recall, the bird flu began with wild birds and then went to poultry and then herds of cows. And it's now at, I think, about 86 herds of cows that they've tested so far and found bird flu. And it's also gone into mammals, including dolphins, bears, foxes, and man. And the only thing, and we've been watching it carefully, is to see that it hasn't spread from person to person. Just this past week, it was reported that we have our third case of bird flu, reported case of bird flu in the US. That was in Texas, and previously we had 2 in Michigan. They really have, one has come from dairy cows, workers, other from poultry workers, and this last one also from infected cows in Michigan. The difference of this last one is significant, because the others, the major symptom was flu-like symptoms and pink eye, conjunctivitis, which is fairly characteristic of bird flu. But this one, acute respiratory symptoms. That is important, because that's in the throat and in the lungs, and that can be breathed out. And when it's breathed out, it can pass in the air. So even if it hadn't gotten, it's airborne, it can be aerosolized or blown into the air. So that's significant. We'll be watching that one very carefully. And also, so this bird flu is very high risk for dairy farmers, poultry farmer workers, and all. And the bad thing about that is that many of those workers are Hispanic workers that might be undocumented, and they are not interested in making themselves aware to the police or going to hospitals or anything. So they might delay, and in such delays, it may pass to their families and from there on. So those careful to watch that very closely. And also the cattlemen don't have the sort of governmental incentives that are with the poultry farmers, where if one chicken is identified, or eggs or whatever identified to have it, they can destroy that flock and they're reimbursed. Cattlemen are not. So that is no incentive unless the cows are just really sick. Then they, I'm sure, would report it, and perhaps earlier, but there's no financial incentive that has been in place. So what does all this mean for us? It means that we need to start rethinking our habits. Grocery shopping, food storage, food preparation, cooking, and fast foods. The recommendations from cattle and milk, I hope none of us drink raw milk. That's problematic. It can be 840 times cause more illness than pasteurized milk. Pasteurized, as you recall, is heating the milk to the extent that the pathogens, which are the viruses and bacteria, are killed. And in fact, the milk in the retail store in one study was tested to see if it contained bird flu. And it was found at least 20% of the milk in the retail stores was found to have bird flu fragments in it. And these fragments weren't proven to be infectious. They were just actually like the dead portions of the virus. So the CDC has still deemed our milk and milk products that have been pasteurized and kept refrigerated to be okay for use and at this point. So we can feel pretty confident about that. But keep an eye on it. Also, for food storage, store your milk, your eggs, your chicken, your beef, and your dairy products in the refrigerator. Don't leave them out for any long period of time. If it's not bird flu, harmful bacteria can grow. Also in food preparation, when we prepare our foods, wash our hands thoroughly with soap and water. And after handling poultry or eggs, remember cross-contamination can occur, and use cutting boards and clean your utensils and the countertops, especially for raw meat and ready-to-eat foods. Cooking poultry, beef, eggs, cook it thoroughly and kill with the intent of killing any potential pathogens, including bird flu. It's good to use a food thermometer to ensure that the poultry reaches an internal temperature of 165 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, and so this is what's recommended by the USDA. And cook your eggs fully, no runny yolks and sunny side up. That should be a thing of the past, okay? Cook your egg yolks and the whites sort of firmly. Avoid raw or undercooked products. Look on your sour creams and your milk products. Some of those, some companies had a habit of using raw milk in those. Make sure that they have pasteurized on it. And also was brought up by a brother that avoid rare or medium rare beef choices. Okay, so we will keep an eye on progress in this area, and we'll give you, inshallah, more reports in the future. And now we would like to pivot to what our topic is today. And June is Men's Health Month. And we're going to be looking specifically at African-American Men's Health Review. Now, we would like to suggest at the beginning that, remember, we're talking about us. We're talking about half of the people out here that are listening. We're stakeholders. So this information is to be taken as though it is a picture of us. Just like the doctor was giving you a report on the tests and all to let you know the state of health that you're in. Just imagine how closely we would listen if that were the case. Did he say cancer? Did he say high blood pressure? Did he say I got diabetes? What did he say? Well, when you hear this, that it should strike us in that same sense. So what we'll be doing today is we'll be giving a picture of the current status of African-American men, Black men. And in that, we'll be talking about how we compare to other groups and what are the discrepancies that come up and how healthy they are versus how healthy we are. And you will be surprised to learn that Black men are among the most unhealthy people in the US. That's right. That's astounding. We never thought of ourselves in that light. We want to also identify quickly in this discussion some root causes, why these statistics seem to be as they are. And finally, to look at targeted corrective measures. What can we do to change this situation? What has been done already? And you'll be happy to know, as I'm sure you already know, that our community has taken with the history coming through the Nation of Islam, has taken a real stand in attacking some of these issues. So we also call for this being measured. How effective have these things that we've been doing been in dealing with these issues that we have, and how we need to adjust them, and so they can become more effective. So with that, we'd like to go right into what do we see is our state of health among Black men in America. As we said, when you hear these statistics, we also challenge you to ask yourself, what is the difference between Black Americans and white Americans? Why should there be these discrepancies? Okay, we all live in America. We shop in the same stores and whatnot, go to the same jobs. Why are these health discrepancies present? And after that question, when you hear these statistics, you'll see the difference between Black men and Black women. And you have to ask yourself, why should that be? We both suffer the same situations here in America. What we go through, women go through. Why is there a big difference between the health status of Black men versus Black women? So keep that in mind as we read these and discuss them quickly at the end. So the studies show that Black males live shorter lives than white males and Black females, okay? Black men live shorter lives. And explain health disparities between Black men and Black women. Focus on what is unique about Black men that we carry this burden. Black men have higher death rates than women for all leading causes of death. 23% of Black men, 18 years of age and older, smoke cigarettes. 40% of Black men die prematurely from heart disease, as compared to 21% of white men, almost twice as many. Black men develop high blood pressure earlier in life, and with much higher blood pressure levels than whites. Nearly 42% of Black men and more than 45% of Black women aged 20 and older have high blood pressure. So high blood pressure is killing us. Diabetes is 60% more among Black Americans than in white America. Blacks are up to 2.5 times more likely to suffer a limb amputation and up to 5.6 times more likely to suffer kidney disease than other people with diabetes. So when we get diabetes, the complications are worse in us. African Americans are 3 times more likely to die from asthma than white Americans. Okay. Deaths from lung scarring, sarcoidosis, are 16 times more common among Blacks than among whites. The disease recently killed former NFL star Reggie White at the age of 43, sarcoidosis. Despite lower tobacco exposure, Black men are 50% more likely than white men to get lung cancer. Strokes kill 4 times more 35 to 54-year-old Black Americans than white Americans. Blacks have nearly twice the first-time stroke risk of whites. Then cancer. Cancer treatment is equally successful for all races, yet Black men have a 40% higher cancer death rate than white men. African American women have a 20% higher cancer death rate than white women. And research suggests that the adult Black community is 20% more likely to experience serious mental health problems, such as major depressive disorder and generalized anxiety disorder. And so far as the mental health, Black adults are more likely than white adults to report persistent symptoms of emotional distress, such as sadness, hopelessness, and feeling like everything is an effort. So, as I said, these statistics are sort of grim. It's like we have everything and we have it worse. So, how can we explain this? Since we all live in America and essentially eat at the same supermarkets, one thing that we have to keep in mind is a history of enslavement, right? That's a big difference. For us, we have developed adaptive survival subculture, okay? Even though we live in America, we live within our own subculture in America. And we developed that subculture in order to survive and adapt to the conditions that we find ourselves in. Many of the adaptive traits were good, but some were bad. And that subculture is continually reinforced with racism, and which promotes and prompts its continued life. So how have we been adapting in that and coping in some good and some bad ways? For too many Black men, coping has been reduced to tobacco, alcohol, physical inactivity, substance abuse, and a bad self-care attitude. Not everybody, not at all, but for too many of us, that's the case. And that turns into eating large portions, risky types of physical activity or inactivity, inconsistency in the safe sex practices. There's a whole lot of results from that too. So in the next few minutes, what can we do to turn this about? And this is a big problem. We can't address everything that should be done now, but we offer these things. Our health is really an interaction between what's biological, what's cultural, what's environmental, what's socioeconomic, and our own behavior. All of those things come together, and the output or the outcome is how healthy we are, those statistics. So there's social determinants of health, which are things like jobs, housing, health insurance, access to medical facilities, environmental toxin, and on, etc. Social determinants. Then there's, I would say, the mental, the psychological traumas, and the degradation of slavery with the reinforcements of various manifestations of racism. Okay? Spoke of that a few moments ago. Also spiritual. The self-esteem that we have. Understanding that we were created from the same soul. We weren't birthed from inferior genes. There was no mistake in our creation. Allah's scriptural instructions for human health apply to everyone. Okay? So we have to remember Almighty God Allah, as he says in Quran, I paraphrase, Allah will not change the condition of a people until they first change what is bothering their heart. Okay. So we know that things and medically would be advised to improve our health, which is diet and exercise, physical exams, medical screening, taking our medications, not smoking, not drinking or using drugs, coming off of pork, and getting vaccinations. That's the short list. But also, since we all already established that health is a coming together of many factors, things like do for self, strong family life, healthy self-concepts, faith and obedience to Allah, and follow the life example of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Those are sort of the things that were taught to us in the Nation of Islam. And one comprehensive approach to the health of African Americans was done by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad in his book, How to Eat to Live. As Imam Muhammad said, that book needs to be updated and really made halal, consistent with the Holy Quran. And it would have an impact on all of those things we talked about. So the road to health ahead for us as African American men involves so much more than just medicine. It also involves, as we conclude, changing aspects of our Black subculture, our culture here within America, as well as policies and jobs, family life, education, housing, urban planning, criminal justice, public health, and others. So with that, I'm gonna conclude this portion and turn it over to Sister Sharon, who will give us a PowerPoint presentation on some of these topics that we alluded to. Thank you, Sister Sharon.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Ramadan and Imam W.D. Muhammad and the technical team. I've been having technical issues. So inshallah, is Imam Elamon or Brother Adele, Imam Adele? If you could help share the PowerPoint that I sent, inshallah.
Oh, okay, yes, let me, just if you don't mind, just going over it, let me pull it up here while you introduce.
So, assalamu alaikum, dear audience, Mosque Cares audience again. Welcome to the Muslim Health Consortium presentation. We know that in a few weeks, we are celebrating our fathers. So this is also, May is also, subhanAllah, June is also Men's Health Month. So our slides want to actually talk about basically what we can do to make sure that our brothers stay as healthy as possible with every aspect of their lives. And then we're going to have a barbershop skit that was produced by our Imam Mikhail Ramadan. And so we'll have two brothers perform that, inshallah, after we present. So let's see. So let's talk a little bit about some of the health disparities among African Americans. We know that basically they die on the average from fatalities from traffic accidents. And there was a recent publication by the American Journal of Preventive Medicine that non-Hispanic Blacks experienced a passenger vehicle fatality rate of 73% higher than non-Hispanic whites. We know that non-Hispanic Blacks as pedestrians walking across the street have a death rate of 118% higher than non-Hispanic whites. We know that non-Hispanic Blacks experience cycling fatalities at a rate of 348% higher than non-Hispanic whites. And this is from a publication, Injury Facts, Disparities by Racial Origin from the National Safety Council. Let's talk about unintentional falls. So as far as disparities go, we are in line with the Hispanic group of males with a prevalence of 18.54% for Hispanics, and we just come behind them or a little above with 18.6%. Now, believe it or not, the Asian group, they fall the least. It may be that they keep their body mass index in shape, And they also have Tai Chi and things of that nature. Now, the white group has the highest prevalence at 23.77%. And this is from the CDC Vital Signs article there. So let's talk about drug overdoses. And we know we have disparities among our people with drug overdoses, and that's the number of drug overdose deaths per 100,000 people. And they increased 44% for Black people and 39% for American Indians and Alaskan Natives. So most people who die from an overdose have no evidence of ever getting substance abuse treatment before they die. In fact, a lower portion of people from racial and ethnic minority groups receives treatment compared to white people. All right, and this is from the cdc.gov. Accidental drownings. Approximately 4,000 unintentional drowning deaths occur annually in the United States, and demographic disparities exist. 64% of African Americans, 45% of Hispanic Latinos, and 40% of Caucasian children have fewer to no swimming skills. And so with this lack of competency also in their parents, they are actually 78%, alhamdulillah, 78% actually drowning at this time. So inshallah, thank you, sir, alhamdulillah. So we have this quote from the Quran, Al-Furqan, the criterion, Surah 25, ayat 54. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. It is he who has created man from water, then has established relationships and lineage and marriage. For your Lord has power over all things. Salakul Yasin, and that's Surah 25, ayat 54. Alhamdulillah. And the next slide. Alhamdulillah. All right, so if you're able to see, this is a picture of our Black African-American males from toddlers and preschool all the way through the life cycle. You have a young man next to the toddler, and he is entering adulthood. And then you have a young man next to him who's a little older, and he's exercising in nature, running. That's great. And next to him, you have a young male who may have just finished a run, and he's hydrating. Very important that we continue to hydrate and exercise. Next to that, you have a picture of a heart. Our heart health is so important for our health. So continue to mind your heart. And then you have a picture of an African-American physician on the same page. And actually, next to him, you have a senior African-American male who seems to be in his best form. He seems to be happy and enjoying his life. Next to that, medications. As we age, basically, we're going to be on prescribed medications. We're going to talk later on, inshallah, about basically maintaining your safety as you take medications and disposing of them as well. And of course, that healthy diet, inshallah. So let's talk we talked about a few disparities, inshallah. And basically, over an average, Black men die more than 7 years earlier than do US women of all races, and Black men die younger than all other groups of men except Native Americans. And this is from the NIH National Library of Medicine, Visible and Invisible Trends. Next slide, please. Okay. Am I able to adjust it, sir, or? Okay, alhamdulillah, thank you. All right, African-American males and health statistics. Black men have higher death rates than women for all leading causes of death. 23% of Black men 18 years of age and over smoke cigarettes. 40% of Black men 20 years of age and over have hypertension. 40% of Black men die prematurely from heart disease as compared to 21% of white men. All right, sir. Next slide, please. And in the interest of time, we're just going to list these 15 causes of death for African-American males from the CDC Wonder Report. Heart disease, malignant neoplasms or cancer, accidents that are unintentional injuries, cerebral vascular diseases or strokes, COVID-19, diabetes mellitus, assault or homicides, chronic lower respiratory diseases, kidney diseases, Alzheimer's diseases, hypertension and hypertension with renal diseases, septicemia or sepsis, influenza and pneumonia, chronic liver disease and cirrhosis, and ending with intentional self-harm. Thank you, sir. Next slide, please. All right. Thought I would just might share this. I thought these were beautiful pictures of 3 generations. You see that there's a grandfather who's facing the younger member of the generation, looks like a toddler or a little older, and then he's facing his dad, and everyone looks very happy. And then you have a young African-American male, and his little daughter is planting a little kiss on his forehead. So I thought those were nice to share in light of that Father's Day is pending. Next slide, please, sir. And we're just going to list these African-American males and the death statistics. We don't have time to give you the numbers, but inshallah, the links at the back of the PowerPoint will provide you with that information. So we're dying at high rates with accidents and crashes, unintentional falls, unintentional poisoning and drug overdoses, accidental drownings, and gunshot wounds. Next slide, please, sir. Alhamdulillah. And chronic kidney diseases. Okay, so our kidneys are our natural filters for the body, but over time they become damaged with chronic kidney disease, and they can't filter the blood the way that they should. Our main risk factors, of course, are diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease, and a family history of kidney failure. And if you can see the other part of the slide, this is how the actual kidney should look. All right, so signs of kidney disease. So fluid overload, pay attention to your body. Swelling feet and legs, and even the lungs, you get the wet cough and the constant cough and congestion because of fluid in the lungs. High blood pressure, pay attention to the signs of that. Foamy urine, too much protein in your urine. That's called proteinuria. Fatigue, you're tired, more tired than usual. Pruritus, itchy and scaly skin. Manage, just monitor your body. All right, African-American males and heart disease. So what is heart disease? It refers to the several types of heart conditions, the most common being coronary artery disease in the US. And it affects the flow of the heart, the blood flow of the heart. So decreased blood flow can cause a heart attack. And again, hypertension or high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and smoking. Let's talk about African-American males and lung disease. So lung cancer is the top cancer killer in the US. And it hits us, Black men, our Black men, especially harder despite lower smoking rates. But they say there's hope, and there's ongoing research is uncovered covering new treatments, including clinical trials. And just to briefly plug clinical trials, more of us need to join clinical trials so that the results will reflect who we are. Black men are more likely to be diagnosed with and die from lung cancer than white men, despite lower smoking rates. Black men are 11% more likely to be diagnosed and 9.8% more likely to die from lung cancer. Black men are also diagnosed later and receive less treatment, which can lead to worse outcomes. All right, just continue with now mental illness, African Americans. So the statistics show that only 25% of us seek mental health treatment compared to 40% Caucasians or white Americans. Unequal access to care. We know the social determinants of health are major causes for disparities. Nearly 10% of Black people in the US do not have health insurance compared to 5.2% of non-Hispanic white people. And that's from an article, Black Mental Health, What You Need to Know. And there's one more slide on that, sir. Thank you. All right, so We talk about stigmas among African Americans, and we know they're rooted and traced back to slavery. So the CDC has declared racism as a serious threat to public health that has placed communities of color at greater risk for poor health outcomes. And then researchers believe that racial trauma is one of the reasons Black people in some communities have higher rates of PTSD, 8.7% compared to white people at 7.4%. Let's talk Black African American males and prostate cancer. So concerning the disparities in the burden of prostate cancer that exists among Black men who are 65% higher at a risk of developing prostate cancer and are at a more than double the risk of dying from it compared to the non-Hispanic Caucasian. And next, telehealth and telemedicine. So during the COVID era, we learned more and more about telehealth and the importance of utilizing it so that we will avoid delays in getting care. So telehealth is the broader term. It includes the telemedicine, and it also includes training our healthcare providers and our healthcare administrative means and services that our pharmacists may provide, social workers, and other types of clinicians. Next slide, please. All right, so again, in the interest of time, in this PowerPoint presentation, there's a 2.5 time frame for a YouTube video. And so I invite you to actually look at the video to have tips on how to best use telehealth. Next slide, please. And some of you already may utilize telehealth. You have a laptop at home or a desktop, you have a tablet or a phone, you have wonderful internet access, very important. And then if you have a heart issue, you may have your heart remotely monitored from the doctor's office with this device in the middle called a remote heart monitor. And then if you have type 2 diabetes, you may use a glucometer, a remote glucometer. The same process. Your data goes to the clinician so that they can either taper your medications or provide treatment as needed. And at the bottom, if you have hypertension or blood pressure, you should have a cuff at home and you should be monitoring those numbers, and they should be transmitted to your physician in real time. And then if you have sleep apnea and your oxygen levels are low while you're sleeping, then you have a remote CPAP device, the same process. This information will go into your sleep physician's office so that you can be treated readily. All right, thank you, sir. Next slide. All right, get those screenings for males over 50, abdominal aortic aneurysm, getting the blood pressure check. You can do that at home or you can go into your clinician. Colorectal cancer screening, depression, diabetes mellitus, especially type 2, any lipid disorders, you can get your lab work performed so you can see what's going on. STDs, of course, memory as we age, get your memory screening. Vision, get our eyes checked out. Dental, teeth, and hearing, get your hearing checked out. And of course, the prostate. All right, vaccines and inoculations, Dr. Ramadan actually touched on that. Let's continue. When we get our annual physicals, get those flu shots, shingles shots, pneumococcal, diphtheria and tetanus, and the RSV. Now for those 65 years of age and over, they're very important, especially as we age. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, we're wrapping up with medication. Many of us are on medication, brothers, and sisters as well. So take them as prescribed by your healthcare professional, and never take someone else's prescribed meds. And also keep your medication list current. So if you start from medication list and the dosage is changed or the medication is discontinued, update that list and be aware of medication interactions and the side effects. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, note those expiration dates on those medication containers. I know sometimes the font is very small, but do not neglect looking at those expiration dates. because they need to be disposed of. And share the medication list with those that you live with. If you're married, your spouse, adult children, other family members, or trusted friends. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, we still have to move. Exercise for men over 50. It is recommended that senior men aim for at least 30 minutes of physical activity, at least 5 days a week. Consult your doctor if you have chronic conditions prior to beginning any new exercise program, and age-appropriate exercises to avoid falls and sprains, brothers. Thank you. Next slide, please. All right, just repeating the importance of a healthy and nutritious diet for our overall health. The fruits and the vegetables and the whole grains and the protein and the dairy products. So next slide, please. Thank you. All right, just some solutions and treatments. Remember your regular checkups and working with your healthcare providers in real time. You see something, say something. Pick up the phone, pick up the portal, go online. Most of us have health portals, and contact your physicians. If you're hypertensive, monitor the blood pressure. We talked about the healthy diets, maintaining a healthy weight for our height and our body compositions, regular exercise, age appropriate, managing stress. If we're smoking, quit smoking and avoid the secondhand smoke and other air pollutants. And that also has to do with the vaping. Quality sleep is so important, and quality relationships. So don't ignore the symptoms or delay getting care when needed. And we're going to end with this beautiful picture. Next slide, please. And I just happened to find this, and it really reflects us going into Father's Day. It's from a website called Islamtics. And it says, Ya Allah, please grant our fathers strength, health, and happiness. And on that note, thank you very much. I think we're going to go into a skit, the barbershop skit, inshallah. So we're looking to see if Brother Albert is on. Andrew, I'm sorry. And Brother Andrew and Brother Edward.
And they got something to hatch.
Brother, you said Brother Edward and Brother Andrew. Is that what you said, Sister Sharon?
Yes, sir.
I see you, brother.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
We're going to do it. We're going to do it like we're going to create the barbershop scene like this, Dr. Ramadan. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum
Wa alaikum assalam.
Alhamdulillah. Good to be here in the barbershop with my dear friend Fred. You know, I want to say this, Fred. You know, why are Black men so unhealthy? Why do Black men have the poorest health of any group in the U.S.? Fred, let me slide up in the chair a little bit. I don't think you heard me.
I think Brother Fred is still getting his clippers ready.
All right. In fact, his mic is on mute.
Is it Brother Anthony? I think he's still, it looks like he's still connecting. He's still connected to the audio.
So, Dr. Ramadan, do you have the skit with you?
I do.
Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay.
Yes, I hear
Here,
you.
let me.
Hey,
Okay.
Fred, I hear you, Fred. Fred, come on out here, Fred. Come on out that bathroom. Come on up here and let me talk. I just come back from con. You know, I need to talk to you, Fred. I want to ask you a question. You know, why are so many Black men so unhealthy?
Well,
Why do Black men have the poorest health of any group in the U.S.?
Well, that's something to think about. You know, we have so many things going on, and that bad habits and carried over from slavery, and we lack attention to our self care, and lack of trust, suspicion in the healthcare system. Okay, I'm
Well,
sorry. Did I skip something?
How can that be?
Sorry. Well, you just imagine what the problems were in the past, and both, and that we're having to do things our own way, and many times it was neglected by we didn't have the healthcare system set up. So,
Well, Fred, I just want to say, how can that be? Just look at how many brothers we have in sports, football, basketball, track, and so many others. And Leroy over there, go ahead, Leroy, jump in. Yeah, we have those stars, but look at the rest of us. Just speaking for myself, I'm still smoking. I overdo it with liquor. I love barbecue ribs and my pork bacon. I've been gaining pounds of weight. I never exercise. I was told years ago I have hypertension. Diabetes runs in the family, but I never had it checked. I guess all the stress from hustling to make ends meet also make things worse.
oh, that sounds
Any-
simple enough. Did I jump too soon here?
Yes.
Anyway, let me finish, Fred. I got one more thing I want to say. Anyway, I haven't seen a doctor in years. And as long as I don't have any pain, I don't see any need to pay a doctor. I don't pass up a chance to puff something when I can, a blunt or weed or something, something stronger. What you think about that?
Well, that's simple. It sounds simple, but now all we have to do is convince Black men to accept the challenge. Imagine that. We have solved another of the world's major problems. Time it takes 2 haircuts. Customers paid. Okay. uh, thanks, fellas, for the coming and do the business with us.
Well, Fred, I just wanted to say something, something before I leave, and also just want to say, because of the fact that, it sounds simple enough. All we have to do is convince Black men to accept the challenge. Imagine that. And then we've solved another one of the world's major problems in the time, like you said, of the 2 haircuts. So anyway, I'm gonna pay you, Fred, and I want to tell you to keep the change, because you've been good to me ever since I've been a young'un. Keep the change, Fred.
Thank you, Ricky.
Thank you.
All right, alhamdulillah. Thank you, brothers Anthony and brother Edward. All right, so Dr. Ramadan, back over to you.
Hey, well, we do thank you for that effort in the play. There are some aspects that one touched on, and we'll look at that at another time. But alhamdulillah, I think we covered at least in a broad view the importance of this topic of Black men's health during this June Men's Health Month. And we have a lot of work to do. Our community has been focused on, even though we may not have put it in these terms, but health is physical health and mental health and spiritual health and emotional health and psychological health and family health, and health is all of those aspects. And when we submit ourselves to Almighty God and His program, and our community has reflected that, and the health does improve. And but we live in a sort of, in many ways, a toxic environment, and toxic to all of those aspects of human health. And it's a continuous battle, and Allah is with us, and your body has its own defense system. It's with you, it's with us, and we just have to support it and stay obedient. And that we would like to open up for questions on any part of our presentation. So at this time, Brother Imam Adil, we can open up.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the Muslim Health Consortium, Dr. Imam Mikhail Ramadan, Sister Sharon, and the other members of the Muslim Health Consortium. We're going to proceed, as Imam Dr. Ramadan mentioned, to the questions. Please keep your questions brief. I will allow for about 15 minutes of question and answers. So we want to keep them brief, inshallah. And if you have comments, just kind of keep the comments to a minimum, or we would prefer that you enter the comments into the chat, because we can get more out of the questions that people ask, and that allows the Muslim Health Consortium to address the concerns of the believers, inshallah, a little bit in further detail with the questions. So comments, just please put them in the chat, and then if we have time, we'll read the comments out to the Muslim Health Consortium. But please just have your questions ready. Those of you on the YouTube audience, please enter your questions in the chat and we'll ask them for you. Those of you in the Zoom audience, please raise your hand. And those on the phone, please unmute your mic, and then we'll allow you to ask your question. So looks like we have a hand up. We'll start with Mohammed.
Assalamu alaikum. So Sharon, you used the term in your PowerPoint, diabetes mellitus. What does the mellitus mean? I know what diabetes means. What is mellitus?
Dr. Ramadan, I'm going to defer that to you.
You know, the actual what the word means, I couldn't tell you, but that's the official name is diabetes mellitus. Diabetes mellitus is what it is, the diabetes. We just shorten it to diabetes. What is the origin of the mellitus? I don't know offhand, so I couldn't give you a precise answer to that.
Thank you. I'll try to research.
Very good. Thank you for your question.
Anybody know how to spell it? Let me get you a quick answer. I want to make a comment. I really appreciate how we made the connection with slavery and the history, the very, very long history, and where we actually are birthed from as a people. We're a people because of the event of slavery that occurred hundreds of years ago, and up until today, we're still feeling the effects. But I want to give another warning. I come from a background where we're always trying to figure like that exact issue, that the issues that plague us as a people. And I think it's something that I'm just born with, or I don't know, I inherited from our community and start with my dad, where I know that the real enemy is the shaitan, from reading the Holy Quran, that he's the enemy of mankind. And the shaitan, his assault is on the social life of the human being. He comes from the lower level to trick you out of your good nature. And African-American people, and if y'all don't hear nothing I say, hear this. African-American people, we know it, the world knows it, we thrive in social situations. The world wants to corrupt all of our social situations so that we cannot continue to benefit. When we came out of slavery, we would talk to each other. I do it now. When I was sitting there talking to my brother, and I got more medical information from him because he visited the doctor, I visited the doctor, and we get an understanding. We also share birthday, we different ages, but we come from similar backgrounds. So if his doctor tell him one thing, I can learn. I told him how I get off the couch when my little arthritis is acting up in my back. And we share informations like that, but we can't share it if we don't have a social interacting. In the Nation of Islam, we had the FOI. the brothers would meet each other. I was too young, but so many times of the week. And then also we would have our religious services. We would meet on Sunday, Friday, Juma prayer. So what we need to do is be more socially interactive with one another in situations for the Muslims that are halal and for the African American that are positive, that promote life, that don't destroy life. Because I know that skit, it really hit a lot of things on nails on the head that corrupt our social life. You know, the drinking, the smoking, the, womanizing or disrespecting, spewing out all of your problems to your brother, but coming up with no solutions, just kind of condoning, like, yeah, man, I would have done that too, man. I don't blame you, forget them, and, robbing, stealing, lying, cheating, and all that. That's our culture. That's the culture, that path to progress, because the human beings created for excellence. That's the path to progress, but that's not good progress. That's corruption. When this path that everybody else is going is blocked, and they don't want you, they don't accept you, they don't favor you. So your nature is going to tell you, if you don't have a mother, father, aunties, uncles to guide you, it's going to tell you to join the peers. Your peer, what are your peers doing? And they all doing what pop culture say do. And so we have a real serious, and I appreciate this. This is good. I like this rated PG program because it's entertaining, it's enjoyable, and I really commend you, Dr. Ramadan, and all those that participated, Brother Anthony and Brother Edward Aziz. Edward, we gonna have to get you, man. You could play I think you played 2 roles. I'm like, man, I really enjoy you. We're gonna have to get you back out here next month. We got to make a show just for you. Inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I called Sister Sharon this whole skit. I grew up in the barbershop. So I could have did it single-handedly because I got a poem. I made money. I got a poem called What a True Barber Is. And I took the whole word barber and I defined him. And in that poem, it says how he beautifies the appearance of his clientele, a perfection of the art that they do so well, reassuring with their knowledge of world affairs, because their business is more than just cutting hair. Every head is a work of art with precision and care, realizing that their customers take pride in their hair. So the barber to me, and so, the barbershop was my domain. I got beauty, I got one I do on the beauty parlor, but no, you're right. You're right. So
did you work in a barbershop? What are you saying?
I was a dog groomer also. I groomed dogs.
Oh man. Wait, we got to get you back in business. You still doing that?
No, I'm doing what I do. But Dr. Ramadan is really has, when you say social, Dr. Ramadan and Sister Sharon, what it does, the way he presented to us, he make us be active. He make us go out and be social. And this is how we this is how we can manage our own health. By, like you said, by interchanging, certain things that's happening with other people, and health working.
There's so many science. You just think of all the sciences that are presented in the barbershop.
That's right.
You got the doctor, you got the sociologist, you got the psychologist.
That's right. That's right.
You got the guy. If you got Muslims, we used to have Muslim barbershops. We need to support our Muslim barbershops. Because we can set the example of a healthy environment, and it comes from our nature. It's nothing we have to rehearse. You trust your brother, so when your brother starts talking about ailments that he had, everybody's listening. Because you might possibly go through the same thing, but the world is trying to keep us from keep us in a box. Where I work here, you work there, we do this, and if we interact, it's not something that we encourage. We just interact because I ran into you at the store, at the barbershop, and we're doing the small talk stuff. We not loving each other like we used to. And, because I used to I still do it. I got a friend used to tell me, say, they don't want to hear all that. Don't nobody want to know that. I was like, but I want to tell it. So let me tell it. That's my therapy, you know.
That's what the barber
So
does.
we got to get back to that. Yeah, that's the barbershop.
alhamdulillah. That's right. Thank you.
I
Alhamdulillah.
learn a lot every time I get my hair cut too. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Okay, and anyone with any more questions, please raise your hand. And those of you in the YouTube audience, please, as we mentioned, please enter your questions into the chat. And those of you on the phone line, just open up your phone line. Okay, go ahead. We'll go with Brother Anthony. And just to speak on that, Brother Edward Aziz and Imam Dr. Ramadan, barbering is related to the medical profession. Actually, barbers, if you go back to the history of it, they used to do bloodletting. They used to do a lot
Dental
more
work too, I
service.
think,
Yeah,
right?
dental work. That's kind of what the barber pole. You see the red, the white, and the blue in the barber pole. So it's a rich history. So you guys did an excellent job.
Red represents
Tying those things together. Excellent job.
That's right.
Brother Anthony, what's your question?
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Ramadan and Sister Sharon and Imam get there. While we're talking on the stress level and how we start at an earlier age, and the question is that you experienced trying to work with younger, especially males, and for us older males to talk to them and how to do a thinking and suppression, not suppression, I'm thinking of a word, to suppress that anxiety that they experience, and just general life, right now, they say you can if you take your blood level, or not blood level, the pressure, when a policeman comes around, can we teach that? It's I'll leave it there. Assalamu alaikum.
Wow. Did you want to say something, Sister Sharon?
I was just reflecting on that, Brother Anthony. You're right. It's so important to be able to manage your stress levels. Take a deep breath in and realize who's in control. But we have to teach that to our young people. And to when they come into situations that you try, they know who's in control. And they become, dignified activists for themselves, but they have to be right. They have to be right, whatever they're doing, and submit when they're wrong. But it's very important. First, you have to know La ilaha illallah, and basically that you're not in control. Allah is. Yes, managing stress.
I would add to that it's important for us to anger management. Okay, it's important for us to develop emotional intelligence. Okay, emotional management and critical thinking and self-reflection. All of these things come together. Okay, there's times when the inside of you wants to fly out, fly out and respond, and so many times it can be just from insults. It can be from anything that hurt or think that he have been insulted or anything like that. It's a way of getting a grip, calming down, and really asking ourselves, is this the way that Allah would want us to respond? Is this the way that Prophet Muhammad responded? And it's taking a few seconds in there to let your positive, self-reflective, self-management aspects take charge, because all of us have a conditioning. We have a conditioning that I know I do. I have to. I have that gorilla inside, and I have to keep my gorilla locked up.
Yeah.
And because I don't want to get rid of him, and but I have to keep the lock on him and take a moment, because he sometimes rattle the cage, and that's as far as he goes, But I know he's there, and alhamdulillah. I don't know if that helps. That's
It does. I got many educators in my family here, and they know by the time the young boy is in about the third grade, he's been beat on, and that he starts to withdraw. You know, they may be an A student, and then things just happen. You know, folks attack them, but like you say, that gorilla, because they fly off and they get in trouble, and then they're in the system, and then they just keep on the rest of their life. So we work at an earlier age, a very early age, on how to work with our boys, you know, to calm down and think. So.
That's so important, especially if they have potential and they're determined to be a nerd. They a lot of times are bullied, you know, and even if they might have been on a right track, you know, they can be knocked off of a good track because they have to deal with bullying from their peers and whatnot. Those are the ones we have to show them how to manage themselves, how to manage in those situations. You know, as we're talking, I don't have it in front of me. In the barbershop that I used to go to, there was a big sign of how to deal with an encounter with the police, what you do and what you don't do. And I said, that sign is in an effective place. All of the young people that come in here and see that sign, and you got to sit there while you're waiting for your turn, and it gave you a chance to reflect on it. So that's again in the barbershop. So you know, we have a lot of training to do. We have a lot of self management, and then training and assist and protect our youth for the environment that they're coming up in. And alhamdulillah.
And assalamu
Thank
alaikum. Alhamdulillah, if I may add, as a female and a mother and a grandmother, the importance of the village. So you have single families, moms, the only person that, you know, the child sees for a while. So where's that male presence? And they're constantly searching to find themselves. So that's when the village comes into play, the relatives, the community. The man spoke about the importance of the community and the social interactions. So that is so important.
Just a quick one, one of my grandsons had to come live with me a couple summers just to protect him, you know, from himself. So, but he's very smart, but very vulnerable. And that alhamdulillah worked out. He's grown up, married, and finished school and everything. But he was in real close time to get in serious trouble. So that, you know, my daughter had to send him to me. So they can.
All right, thank you. And Dr. Ramadan, I believe the spelling, you were correct. If someone asked about the mellitus, diabetes mellitus, I believe it was Brother Kawi. As Dr. Ramadan said, that it is just the common term is just shortened to diabetes, but it's diabetes mellitus, and it's spelled mellitus. And the actual word mellitus, Dr. Ramadan, it says it comes from like the Latin word like means sweet. Sweet. So that's what the word mellitus comes from, what it says. So, but the Muslim Health Consortium is on point as always with their information and their medical expertise, and we appreciate that very, very much. So at this time, we don't see, is there any more questions? I don't see any in the chat. And then also the presentation, the word diabetes mellitus, as well as the other chronic disorders and the different causes of death and disease are in the slide. And the Muslim Health Consortium usually provides the slides from their presentation in the chat. So with their permission, if they're going to continue in the way they've been doing, we'll enter that into the chat so you can go back and you can reflect and research this information. And if you have further questions for the Muslim Health Consortium, you can contact them at yourmhc@gmail.com. So I don't see any more questions.
I'd like to make a comment on conversation that I heard. I didn't follow every detail of it, but I heard the anger being an issue with young men, and because we're family, we're African-American family, that we know we're mostly talking about ours. And I think that has been a major diagnosed issue with young men, because we sometimes get what they call tough love as opposed to love. And a lot of times anger, why would Allah give us anger and tell us
Kind of froze up.
You froze.
before they can walk across? They know, hey, I shouldn't tell. So a lot of times it's justice or to appear to be angry, a lack of understanding. And a lot of time, the best way to give that is love, not to single them out as being a problem. You know what I mean? Because I'm gonna go back. I don't know if y'all remember, it was a few years back. It was several years back, because my boy was a little bitty boy. And there was a shooting, and I'm pretty sure it was in Texas, somewhere in Texas, where kids shot in school. And here comes the teacher while I pick my kids up on the curb. You know, I got 5 kids, so I don't walk to the door and stand around and, you know. And I always I call it, when I see the parents standing around the parking lot, I call it zombie apocalypse. Everybody standing around looking like they don't know what to do. They looking left and right. I stay in my car and I got a good whistle. When I whistle, my kids know to look to see where the whistle came from. So I'm in my car. Here comes the teacher. She was coming in, I remember now, he was 9. I thought she was coming to tell me that my son is an amazing child because he's 9 years old and he typed 98% accuracy, 60 words per minute. Words. I'm like, that's what my wife in her 20s did. She did 60 words per minute and got a job as administrative assistant at Carson's downtown. So I'm like, wait a minute. So she come to the car saying my son was mumbling under his voice. And in the back of my mind, I was listening to NPR. I always have it in my radio tuned to NPR. And I'm hearing them talking about the kids shooting up school. And I said, voice? I said, I thought you was coming to tell me how fast he typed. I said, thank God. I turned around, looked at Barack in the back seat. I said, you mumble? I said, don't repeat what you said. I said, but you should be thanking God that that's him releasing the stress. Whatever stress he was experiencing, he was expressing himself. I said, I would rather him let it out than to hold it in and come back to school in the 6th or the 7th grade like that kid did in Houston with a gun. I said, because we got guns. And if my kid want to pick up one, I can't hide it well enough for him not to get it. So you don't want, do you punish her? I'm telling him, thank Allah. I say, every time the teacher say something on your nerves, you know not to curse, you know not to disrespect her. And if you have to say something, mumble. I'm like, why are we more excited about putting the slave chains? They want us back in chains. They're like, we need to whoop these black kids. That's the only way you can control them, is whoop them. I had a kid said a guy was sitting getting a tire place next to him. He's talking about how he punched his kid in the face. I said, man, somebody need to call the police on you, because he's overly aggressive and violent. And a lot of times children copy their environment. Their mama already told them, I'm your mama. I don't care what the police said. I don't care what your teacher said. I don't care what the principal said. Boy, when I tell you X, Y, Z, you better do what I say do. So a lot of times they come in and then they had the gusto that their mama got, and they misinterpreted as being, this kid is violent, this kid is dangerous. No, this kid is just letting you know that I have rights like you have. And I have the right to stand on my right. And if it's going to get me whooped, beat, shot, or killed, I'm going to stand on what I believe is right. So we have to approach it in a different way. That my children, I don't bother them. I tell them one time, I say, okay, when you get done doing what you're doing, I need you to do this for me, you know. And if they say I'm in the middle of something, somebody act like I had done something, created a horrible sin, they heard me tell my child, my child tell me I'm in the middle of something. And I said, okay, well, when you get done, could you, I need you for something. That's just respect. They're human. They deserve respect. And my children I've never had any of them that's discipline problems. Yeah. And they're not scared of me. Yeah. So alhamdulillah. So yeah, we got to rethink this thing. It's the shaitan. That's the true enemy. Okay. So I'm gonna let go because I'm taking too much time. I could talk on this subject all day because I study it, and this is what I live for. I live for to try to create the peace in the environment that I know Allah wants for us to thrive as His servants. That's what I believe. That's all our job. Create peace. Alhamdulillah. All right, Adil. Yep.
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
So we put that in the chat. The presentation slides are in the chat. Muslim Health Consortium's presentation from today. So at this time, we don't see any more questions. So we're going to turn it over to Imam Dr. Mikhail Ramadan to close out their presentation.
Alhamdulillah. Well, I think those comments that Imam Warthi Muhammad second just made and our presentation, we stand on those. So I think we can close out, and we appreciate the attention of everyone to this. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Thank you all again at this time. And also remember, you can contact the Muslim Health Consortium at contactyourmhc@gmail.com. At this time, we're going to transition to the next portion of our program, which is going to be Imam Elam Muhammad with the Quranic Arabic discussion. Imam Elam.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Yeah. Imam Adil, could you make me co-host if you haven't done it yet? So. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. I seek refuge in Allah against the curse shaitan, with God's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. And I testify that there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is His messenger. Thank all of you with the Health Consortium. Very valuable information, and thank you for all of you for what you did. Today, this is the Quranic studies class on the first Sunday, and what I did, I'm going to work with chapter 36, Yasin, not Yasin, Yasin, and I'm going to try to work with the first 6 verses. The reason I chose this particular chapter is that many of the words we're familiar with, and then each verse is not that long. And I have a way of, I'm not doing it today, of taking one attribute of Allah, which is a noun, and in an hour and 15 minutes, if there's no introduction, I can teach about 60 or 70% of the Quranic Arabic with one word in an hour. So if you memorize, if we went through 100 attributes and we did the same thing, 100 hours, you would know 70% of the Arabic. So if I teach that Arabic word and break it down step by step, would you remember everything? No, you only can retain so much. You have to do it bit by bit. So there's a sheet that I have sent out that shows how I would teach that. And I've done it, and I continue to do it. And I put underneath copyright, because nobody else teaches it like that. I know. I took 2 years of college grammar, and what helped us to be able to do it is coming through the coronavirus and teaching 7 days a week. All of a sudden, it crystallized how to do that. Another thing is a sheet that talks about when you read a verse in the Quran, there's about 5 things that you look for. So that narrows your scope. You got the Arabic language. Right now they teach in college, and it's been accepted for about 100 years. It's called Modern Standard Arabic. So it's Arabic, it's Fusha, but what the difference is, has the modern words in it. So it's geared towards teaching you to be a translator from Arabic to English or from English to Arabic. And English is a massive language. It's got so many rules and so forth like that. Whereby in Arabic, when you're going to translate it, you just need to know your basic English grammar that you learn in grade school or when you go to college. They give you a special course to be able to go back over your basic grammar in English. The Arabic language is not that complicated. It is called Fusha, which means classical Arabic, and it sets the standard for the Arabic that's taught in college and the professionals and government officials use. And so saying that is that we're going to take the chapter Yasin, and we're going to go step by step with some Quranic Arabic rules, and of course, it corresponds with the English language. So the first thing you take a look at is the first verse of Yasin. And all you have is two letters of the alphabet. Let me get my screen up. And let me take a look at my time. Okay. Okay, so I don't have the classic whiteboard, so let's see how it's going to work. All right. First verse. That's what, okay. Got to make it darker. And I see people, if they touch the screen, I might see their name. Let's see, where's the eraser? Oh, come on. There it is, eraser. All right, let's start again. Okay. Well, it's not coming out dark, so I'm not going to worry about it yet. All right, one more time.
It was pretty dark on our end.
Oh, that's good. Thank
Yeah.
you. I'm glad. Thank you for the feedback. Okay, this is what you see. It's hard to do the dots, but and this is what you see. The last letter has a little sign. It's called a medda. So these are just two letters of the alphabet. The first one is the yeah, and that's how you pronounce it. Yeah. You put two dots right there. The next letter is the sin, and it has a little medda, means to stretch it out, make it longer. And it doesn't have that little wow sign there. There we are. Yeah, sin. Now, if you said yes, sin, that's from transliteration, S-I-N, sin. If they really put it close to the sound, it would be S-E-E-N, transliteration. I don't teach transliteration. You got to learn the alphabet. Then you have to then from the alphabet, you take those letters of the alphabet and you put them together into words. And then Imam Muhammad has said that once you learn the alphabet, teach the grammar. And that's what we're doing. Well, here it starts out with two letters of the alphabet. Yeah, sin. That's verse 1. That speaks for itself. It's just two letters of the alphabet. Then the second one, the next verse that we're going to, It reads, Wal Quran Hakim. And so my students, I would ask, I say, okay, you only got 3 words. Okay, with those 3 words, using the sheet that I tell you what you look for when you read a verse in the Quran, and those things you look for is 5. A simple sentence, which or it's called a sentence without a verb, or another word they call it nominal sentence, noun sentence. In Modern Standard Arabic class that I was in a book called Modern Standard Arabic, it's called equational sentence. And basically all it is saying that there's no verb, physical verb written out that you can see, but you have to apply the verb form that's in English to be. I am, you are, he or she is. Okay, so you have a simple sentence. The next one would be a sentence that actually have a physical verb, subject and verb. Physical verb that you can see. Then a third thing to look for is prepositional phrases. That means you need a preposition and you have to have an object of the preposition. Basic English, prepositional phrase. And so obviously to have a prepositional phrase, as I said before, you have to have a preposition and an object of the preposition. The third thing you look for, that's third right there. Fourth thing you look for is a Dalfa structure, which means possession. And the chapters of the Quran, if you look at, you will see the examples and the names of the chapters of the Quran, like Surah Al-Fatihati Makiyatun. You will see that Surah Al-Fatihati is a Dalfa structure. So you look for a Dalfa structure. And then what's so unique about the chapters of the Quran, they tell you where it was revealed at. So Surah Al-Fatihati Makiyatun, if you just go with just what those words says, Surah 2 means chapter. Al-Fatiha is the opening. And Makiyatun is means Meccan. So you have chapter, the opening, Meccan. So how would you translate that in English? With the Adolpha structure is that it means that the chapter of the Quran, and then the verb you don't see is Meccan, and the word Meccan is an adjective. And so I'm sort of preparing for what I'm doing. So first thing is when you teach the Arabic language, the first thing you have to learn is the alphabet. You don't know the alphabet, you don't have the keys to the city. You got to learn the alphabet. And the ABCs, all the way down to the last letter. So once you learn the alphabet, and then the letters of the alphabet is just like the English language, you write it in cursor, not printed, but in cursor. So they're connected. So the letters you have to recognize the letters as they are connected. Okay, the next thing that once you learn the alphabet, you have to teach nouns. Nouns, that's the first, one of the first things that you teach. Nouns in Arabic and English means person, place, or thing. In Arabic, it means also adverbs and adjectives. And so the nouns, the good example of the nouns are the attributes of Allah. You got 99 attributes, actually 100, Allah. Okay, and when you look at the attributes of Allah, they are definite. Definite means the merciful, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer, the king, the holy, the peaceful. So you have to have the two letters called al. Al means the. And then the last letter of the noun, if it's not affected by anything, will have a dhamma. So, and then the nouns, they are definite and indefinite. One, the definite one has the al, and the last letter has a dominant. The indefinite does not have alif lam, does not have al, and the last letter has a double dominant. And so that's the rule of noun, the first rule of noun. Wow, somebody really wrote on my board. A straight line. Okay. And then, back to that. So the rules of noun. And then nouns are affected by two things. That's all. Two things affect them. When I say affect the last letter of the noun. The meaning doesn't change. You have to know verbs and prepositions. They affect the nouns that follows them. Verbs and prepositions. And then to bring that in point again, the Arabic language is very simple. It's only made of three things: nouns, verbs, and particles. And in the bag called particles are prepositions. And there's other words there, but the prepositions stand out. Nouns, we just discussed what nouns is. And they're definite and indefinite. Verbs is the action, and it has a three-letter root. In fact, the nouns, they are built upon a three-letter root, a three-letter foundation. And that three-letter root is called a verb, and it's action. So from that action, you come up with the other established meanings of the word. So that was my basic long introduction. So here we have the next word. Let's see if I got it right. And get back to my phone so I can see what I'm writing so I don't make a mistake. And if this is all I can, we're going to be able to do more than that. But if this is all that I get done with it today, and people have a good handle of it, then I will be happy. Okay, so this is how, if you look at the verse in the Quran, this how, and it depends on which Quran they put a Hamza there, so I better take that out and put that into Hamza. So they did like that. Hamza, there we are. All right. So first thing you look at is that the first word, so there's three words. The first word is wa. And so one thing that you have to learn is that wa, you get a twofer. Wa means and. So, and it doesn't affect anything that follows it. Like, you know, the book and the pen. So wa means and. But it's also can be used as a preposition. And the preposition affects the noun that follows it. So if I have a preposition and it starts out, then by looking at those five things I mentioned, what would this verse, since it's only three words, what kind of a grammar point would it be? Would it be a prepositional phrase? Would it be an adolphic structure? Would it be a sentence with a verb, or a sentence that does not have a verb? So what would it be? Well, where is a preposition?
Preposition.
So if it's a preposition and the noun that follows it is the object of the preposition, it would be called what is called a prepositional phrase. Okay, prepositional phrase. All right. So, and that's translated by the Quran. And when a definite noun is affected by the preposition, the last, if it's definite, like al, it has al, the last letter gets the kasra. If it was indefinite, like Quran nun, if you have the preposition in front of it, it'll be Quran nin. So here we have wa al Qurani, by the Quran, by the Quran. Okay, then the word after it, you could say it looks like a noun. Why does it look like a noun? Because it has an aleph lam. Al. So that means it's definite. And in this case, it has a kasra. But now, okay, we did preposition. Oh, we did nouns first. Now we did preposition, prepositional phrase. Next, out of the 5 things, I left out one. You look for adjective. Adjective describes the noun. So if I say good book, the adjective is good. Big book, the adjective is big. In Arabic, the adjective comes after the noun. So in English, if you were to translate it, it would be book big, book giant, book red. However, to translate it in English, you have to put it what we're used to. So the word that we have next is el-hakimu. El-hakimu. That's the word itself, is el-hakimu. El-hakimu means the wise. And it is also showing you the importance of the 100 attributes. If you memorize 10, 5, 10, 20, 100, then those attributes and the derivatives you'll find in the Quran, and it helps you to read the Quran. This one is El-Hakim. It means the wise. And the attributes of Allah, which is so unique, is that you look at them, they're called nouns. Ar-Rahman, Ar-Rahim, El-Malik, El-Qudus, the holy. But they also can be used as adjectives. They look just like the noun. So the attributes could be nouns and adjectives. So as an adjective, it describes the noun. So here we have wa al-Qur'ani al-Hakimi. And the adjectives in Arabic, they are a mirror image of the noun. They follow the noun. And so when we say the noun that it modifies or it describes, it has to look almost the same. For example, al-Qur'an starts out with al. Well, the adjective that's going to modify has to have al. And then the last letter of al-Qur'an has a kasra. And so the last letter of al-Hakimi has a kasra. So, well, now, if repeat after me, but don't do it out loud. Wa al-Qur'ani al-Hakimi, or with attached weed, wal Qur'anil Hakim. Hakimi, you have to rest on the last letter. All right, so this is a prepositional phrase, but I can use teaching point. Al-Qur'an. Let me break it down. On the board, you have the Aleph Lam. Let me do it. Aleph Lam. That's Al. Then you have the Qaf, which is like cough drop. Qaf is his name, but the sound is paw, like a crow caw. Paw comes from the back of the throat. It has a dhamma. Cool. Al cool. Then Hamza I taught the rule of Hamza. I'm not going to do it now, but whatever is over 100, that's the sound. So it has a faha. So you have to say al-Qur'an, al-Qur'an. Faha is a. Al-Qur'an. And then you have an aleph afterwards. The aleph, all it is an additional a sound. It is called, well, in Arabic, you have short vowels, a, e, u, and sukoon. I'm not going to deal with that right now. But then you also have long vowels, a, e, u. And to do that with the aleph, if when you add the aleph, there's a fatha over the letters before, that's the a sound. To get the oo sound, you have to have a wow and a dhamma over the letter before to get the oo sound. Not woo, but oo. With the e sound, you have the yeah with a kasra over the letter before, and that's e. So fatha is a, kasra is e, dhamma is u. The long vowels would be fatha, and then an aleph, a. The oo sound would be a dhamma and a wow, oo, not woo. And then the last one, the long e sound, would be a yeah with a kasra. So we have al-Qur'an with the hamza. Aleph makes it longer. Al-Qur'an. And the noon has a kasra. Ni. Al-Qur'ani. Al-Qur'ani. And so just with the word Al-Qur'an, I'm going to give you something that depends on if you go from the first day in college and you go through your weeks and months and so forth, the 3-letter root. Sometimes they don't teach that to you till a couple of months. Well, the 3-letter root of this word, in order to get to it, and there's other ways to do it, but I do it this way. To get to the 3-letter root, I left out a word. Glad I'm looking at that. I'm glad to get to correct myself. Okay, sukoon over the ra. Al-Qur'ani. So to get to the 3-letter root, remove the alif lam right off the bat. It means the. So if I have Al-Rahman, Al-Rahim, Al-Malik, Al-Qudus, take off the letter, the alif lam, al. So in this case, you count the letters 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We want a 3-letter root. And one of them that you would remove would be the hamza, not hamza, the aleph. That's a long vowel. So you get rid of the long vowel. And then in this case, we're going to get rid of the ni. So you get the 3-letter root. To look up this word in the dictionary, it's going to be the qaf, the ra, and they say hamza, but actually it's going to be an aleph. You'll find it with the aleph. Okay, that's the 3-letter root. And what's so nice about this is that we have to teach you eventually how to do verbs, conjugate verbs. Now, in order to conjugate verbs, you got to learn beforehand how to say I, which is anaf, aleph, noon, aleph, anaf means I. Then anta, this is your unattached pronoun, means you, male, anta. Then anti, is you, female. Huwa, that's a ha and a wow. That's not a good one there. Huwa means he. Huwa means he. Then hiya means she. And I'm not looking at anything. I'm writing this from memory because I wrote it down on paper. I wrote it down enough times that now the paper is my mind. The whiteboard is my mind now. The blackboard is my mind. Okay. Anna, ante, anti, who are here. I'm not going to teach you all the rest of them because I don't have time. This is, I got roughly about 8 minutes. So you got to learn the pronouns that's not attached. All right. So once you learn how to learn those, then now you can conjugate a verb. You say, well, how do you conjugate a verb? Well, the verb to be in English, you have to say, I am, you are, he or she is. If I said, I ran, or to run, you say, I run, you run, she run, he run. And so in Arabic, it starts out with the past tense form of the verb. Past tense instead of present tense. The past tense form means he would be like, if I say conjugate in the past tense to run, you would say I ran, she ran, we ran, and so forth. It's past tense. So we use a model, if I can put it on the board, called fa'ala. And if you learn how to conjugate this verb, it helps you to conjugate other verbs. Fa'ala. And it starts out really with huwa fa'ala. And those who know your pronoun, huwa means he, fa'ala means he did. He did. And if you can conjugate the verb fa'ala, starting out with ana, it will be ana fa'altu. Two. I don't know if you can see it good. Ana fa'altu, anta fa'alta, anti fa'alti. So by looking at the Quran, looking up the word, you can go to the dictionary with the ka, the ra, and then the aleph. And you can put it in the same form of fa'ala. To look it up, you actually see huwa qara'a. Huwa qara'a means he read or he recited. But if I put it in the form of ana fa'altu, if I say ana qara'tu, it means I read. Let me remove that. Okay, did. Means I read. Ana qara'tu. Then from that you get ana qara'ta, means you read male. Ana anti qara'ti means you read female. Huwa qara'a, just like huwa fa'ala means he did. Huwa qara'a means he read. Hiya qara'at means she read. So that's an example of a verbal sentence. So here's what I did in my summary. I did a lot. For those who don't know the verb, I did what is called, starting out with a prepositional phrase. The second verse is a prepositional phrase. It has a preposition. It has a noun that is affected by the preposition. Al-Qur'ani. Well, it would be Al-Qur'anu, but it's Al-Qur'ani because it's affected by the preposition. And it has after it Al-Hakimi, which is an adjective. So the translation is, and the wise Quran. The wise Quran. If you were to translate it literally, it would say, by the Quran wise. By the Quran wise. But in translating in English, you have to say by the wise Quran. Okay, so if you just learn that where is a preposition, and from where there's other preposition. Where, let's see, fee. You guys know your preposition. Where, fee, ila means to. Allah, we know Allah, we say it all the time. Alaikum. Allah means on or upon. Ila means to. Fi means in. Be means with, in, and by. You have min means from and among, and others. You have to learn prepositions. So you have to learn. You got to learn words. Yeah, and Imam Muhammad said he would love to memorize all the words in the Quran. And he said, if you memorize all the words in the Quran, you'd be like driving down the road, like with the lights on and there's no shadows. So, we want to learn all the words in the Quran, but it's a step-by-step process. You got to learn one word at a time. So let's see, I got a couple more minutes and that'll be it. Well, Qur'ani Hakim. So I showed you the prepositional phrase. I showed you the adjective modifying the noun. I even conjugated the three-letter root of Al-Quran. I could do that with Al-Hakim. I believe it's Hakamah. You look it up, the three-letter root is Ha, the Ka, and the Mim. And so if I want to say, it means to judge or to be, how do you say it? Be wise. Like I wise you up. That makes it easy. Okay. Huwa Hakamah. He wised you. He Hakamet. She wised you. Anna Hakamtu. I wised you. And so, you can break that down to the three-letter root. Take off the alif lam. Then you have the ha, the ka. The ya is a long vowel. Remove that. So the three-letter root is ha, ka, ma. So I'm just gonna give you the other verse. I did not go into it. Just a second. The other verse that third verse, you will see that it's a particle with the ka. Inna ka is two words. Inna means verily or surely. It's a particle, but it's not like it has its own rule. Inna. Then ka is the attached pronoun. You got to learn unattached pronoun and attached pronoun. So the attached pronoun is like ye, which means my. Ni means my. Ka means you. Ki means you, female. Na means us or ours. Who means him. Ha means her. So here you got verily you. That's what you have. And then it says, and indeed, it said la minel mursalin. So if you translate it the way you see it, verily you. La means indeed. Mina is really men. It said, verily, indeed, you, the messenger. But to translate it, you had to say, verily, you are indeed among the messengers. Men is the preposition. La means, then al mursaleen is a noun, and it's definite noun. But now we get into another lesson. It's called sound plurals. You got to learn plurals. And so that's a lesson in itself. So roughly I gave you in a half hour, about 9 chapters of Arabic grammar in a half hour. Assalamu alaikum. I am done.
Wa alaikum assalam, Imam. Yes, sir. Thank you very much for the Quranic Arabic discussion. And Imam, you normally put your contact information in the chat.
Yeah, yes, I do. I do. I'll just write it in, and it's going to be my email address. And when I do it, I just email me your name, your email address, and your phone number. There's material I can email you, and there's apps that you can use on your phone that can use as tool for reading the Quran, grammar, conjugating the verbs, and so forth. There's apps out there. We got some great tools in this day and time. So, yes, sir. So I will put it in the chat. And Imam Alfred just gave me a call, so I got to respond to him. He's of course, Imam Warfi Muhammad is our feature speaker every first Sunday, and we look forward to hearing from him. Then our guest speaker today will be Imam Alfred. So I'm going to refer.
Give him the greetings from us. Alhamdulillah.
Yes, sir, Brother Imam. All right. So I'm done. So we look forward to hearing the next presentation. And if anybody have any questions, email me.
And your email is again for those in our YouTube audience, Imam.
Okay. It's Rafia, R A F as in Frank, I A H 1, number 1, Rafia 1 at msn.com. Rafia 1 at msn.com. Any questions or concerns, please email me. If you'd like to join the class, email me. And our class is really going. We're getting up almost over 30-some people. And man, they are something else. They could teach my class right now, many of them. So,
all right, now someone gonna take you up on that offer.
Yeah, but there's a sister. I had to give her credit. She's 90 years old. She's only been with us about 6 months, but she has support. But she had to work. She can read the Quran. She emailed me the chapter, the verse about the Lord of the Throne. Showed me her handwriting. She wrote the whole thing out. Excellent handwriting. And then she's learned the grammar and she's picking up right now. She's 90 years old. Sister Basima. And I can't leave out Sister Vaina. She's in her 80s. She's been with me a couple years now, and she's so join the class, and at least join somebody's class somewhere who's teaching it, in order to in order to learn the God's language that's in the Quran. So, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Imam Elam, for the Quranic Arabic discussion. As Imam Elam mentioned, we still have to come our featured guest speaker, Imam Alfred Muhammad. But prior to that, we're going to have Imam W. Muhammad II. Then up next, we're going to have our business and technology presentation with Imam Ismail Shamsuddin. Imam Ismail. Brother Naeem, are you on? Brother Eric, Imam Eric Shamsuddin?
Yes, I'm on.
Okay, is that Brother Naeem?
Yes, this is Brother Naeem. I'm here.
Okay. All right, so we're going to turn it over to you all for the business and technology presentation. And you should have the sharing capabilities.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Brother Adil.
You're welcome.
And thank you everyone for joining and for inviting me, Imam Muhammad and everyone in the community. I was supposed to be introduced, so I was waiting to see if anyone is going to come on introduce. I'm not sure.
I see Imam Ismail is on. I see him and both Brother Eric. They may have stepped away, or maybe they're muted at the time, but they are on. I see. Yeah. Okay, Eric, you there?
Yes, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
With God's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. First of all, thanks once again to the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad for allowing us to be a part of the business and technology section. The presentation is going to be on technology. And we have one of our very young individuals. There's brother Imam Ismail Shamsuddin. I don't know if I should have stepped ahead of him, but the business and technology section, brother Naeem Najib is a very good scholar and knows his business. And matter of fact, him and his mother, Sister Layla Najib, are really pioneers in computers and setting up many of the technology. They have been around for a very long time. And I think that if you wanted to have a good team of individuals, people that know the IT situation very, very well, these are the people that you want to have on your team. Brother Ishmael, I will give the lead back over to him, but he will very much confer what I've said with regards to those two things. Am I correct, Brother Ismail, Imam Ismail?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. I bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and I bear witness that Muhammad is his messenger. I had a little problem trying to get on the screen, but I am here. We're thankful to Allah for Imam Warideen Muhammad II, Imam Adil, their staff, Imam Elam, for inviting us to be a part of this forum today. Naeem Najib, and I want to just give a little background on Naeem Najib. He's an author, he's a musician, he's a pianist, as well as the violin. And he's also very good in martial art. Not only just martial art, but he's also a black belt. So just keep in mind that he is doing quite a few things. They are also very good at the technology in terms of the computers, of networking, not only just having a computer, but they network the computers where they talk to each other. That means if we have 5 computers, they put all of the network. And so when you put information in, all of this information is on all 5 computers. So that's called networking. So he will be able to explain a little bit about that. But so they're very much in technology. Secondly, he is also in health and wellness that we had Imam Ramadan on earlier with regard to the health of symposium. We also know that he is not only, but he's an author. He has several books that he had written as well. So he's a well-around, loving person. He's world traveled throughout the world. He's been to a lot of places throughout the world. So we want to hear from him with regard to the modern technology that he will present to you this afternoon. And hopefully that while we're talking, we should tweet, text, email, whatever, get the people to really tune in right now as we speak. Get on those phones and text message so that they can hear him, because he has, I've got a little bit of information that he is action-packed with regard to modern technology. So Imam or Brother Naeem Najib, you're an Imam because you lead in so many different directions. So the floor is yours. Thank you for allowing us to introduce you.
Thank you very much. And yes, Ismail Shamsuddin is a father to me, giving me the opportunity to grow up in Islam and to even lead the Juma prayer and different, even when I was in high school and I was, I would take off time from my Spanish class at Juma time to go to the office, to go to Juma and to come right back to school because it was like half a mile away. But anyway, I was raised by very great people in this community, and this community has been part of my life experience and helped me become who I am. So this is my opportunity to give back a little bit, and the topic is technology. And when Uncle Ismail said, "Oh yeah, you're doing technology, so you know, be ready," I'm like, "What am I supposed to talk about?" So that only lasted a few seconds. I'm like, okay, yeah, we talked about it. It's like, yeah, just tell people about how to use technology as a tool to help critical thinking, solve problems, and things like, you know, what technology is for. So I put together a presentation. I'm going to share my screen momentarily. Also, if there's any interruptions in my internet connection or my audio, someone please speak up and let me know. And I would also like to invite anyone who's in the live audience to participate via the chat, and also unmuting yourselves when I ask different questions to have a more interactive experience, because I want this to be something that we can all take something and learn something and use it today, and also teach another person. So please get your notepads ready, because I'm about to give you a lot of stuff. And you're not going to get it all at once, but that's why we have this recorded, and that's why you have your notepads, right? So I'm going to share my screen right now. Just let me know if you can see it.
Got
All
it.
right. See it? All right,
Yes.
great. So let's begin. So my company is called Love 101, and it's more of an extension of my purpose in life than a company, because the purpose of Love 101 is to share tools for critical thinking about love and healthy relationships with everyone. So we use common language for common people. So everything that I produce and present is at a level where a 5-year-old can understand. And if I tell myself if a 4 or 5-year-old can't understand it, then I'm not teaching it, or I don't understand it well enough, because we have to be able to talk to our children and, you know, have them included in these these discussions as well, because technology is not just the digital technology that we're using, that we're used to, the IT, it's everyday life. And so we're going to talk about technology 101. And let's start with the question on purpose. What is the purpose of this presentation? What are our goals? So the purpose for me giving this presentation, as I said, was to share some tools and common knowledge, but also and uncommon knowledge, but also to offer another way of looking at technology itself. So we're going to talk about our goals. So our goals today, our purpose is education. And it's about 3 topics. The first part we're going to deal with is understanding what technology actually is. And this requires a reframing of your mind and the way that you're looking at things, because I'm pretty sure we all think that I'm about to talk to you about IT, meaning digital technology. And I am. First, we have to understand what technology is. Next, we're going to understand how it can be used to harm us. How is it weaponized against us? Because you're walking into a place that you think is safe, and then next thing you know, you're injured or debilitated or hurt or harmed, or something is going on that you didn't expect, and it's hampering your progress in some way. That's all how it can be used to harm us. Now, next, we're going to come and ask how it can be used to help us. That's our final part. We're going to bring solutions, and we're going to talk about how to make life easier using technology and implementing the knowledge gained today. So again, bring out your notepads, because we're going to have a conversation. It's just not me talking at you. It's a conversation. So the first question is, what is technology? Now, if you want to write in the chat or unmute, we're going to give 30 seconds for just like, what is it? What do you think technology is? Anybody want to talk about it? Yes, brother Imam.
Ooh.
Oh, I thought you came off mute.
Oh, no. I did just unmute it just in case. But
Oh, okay.
just recently, forgive me, just recently I heard the definition of technology. I forgot where I heard it. It might have been on radio or something yesterday. I'm trying to remember what I heard. I was like, this question is for me. technology is a word. I forget what they say it came from ancient Egypt. It's an ancient Egypt word that means, oh God, it's on the tip of my tongue. If you know it, you can finish it for me. Anybody out there? It's an ancient,
Well,
it's a word from ancient
Yeah,
Egypt.
go ahead and finish
That
it.
means anything that is something, anything
you right there. You are
that
right
influences.
there.
Don't finish it, brother. You the one, you big brain over there. Finish it
I
for me.
appreciate it's
Yeah.
interesting that you were
I
listening to
just heard
something.
this yesterday.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right on time because
Okay.
we think of technology as complex, but it's so simple that it's
Right.
usually escapes our mind because we don't
Mhm.
usually think of it that way. So
Mhm.
I'm gonna go to the next slide because try to offer a definition that we can all remember and take away with us, and we want to explain it to the child, a child. And see, brother Zayed says the use of science to make life easier and more comfortable. Thank you, brother Zayed, and excuse me if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly.
Zia, yeah, that's our brother.
Yes, sir. So the question is, what is technology? We got some answers already, and we got some tip of the tongues. So pretty much, he said it already. Technology is any tool that is used to make any task in life easier. All right, any tool. And so let's move forward. So what are some examples of technology? So let's unmute ourselves. Let's talk about that. So what are some examples of tools that make our lives easier? Anybody? Just
Velcro.
Well, we
cell
have
phone.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we have the computer. We're texting. We're doing emails and all of the different aspect of life, and things have changed since all of this have come into play. So I think these are some of the tools that we're using right now in order for us to be able to use the modern technology that Allah has blessed us with.
Yes. And there's an
Video.
video. You said text, email, cell phones, communication. All of that is dealing with communications, and sending an email to someone in Washington or in Egypt or in Los Angeles is a lot better than putting it on a donkey cart and writing it in a letter and sending it. Right? You got 3 months for a response rather than 3 minutes or 3 seconds. And so, yeah, it improves our lives. Like, wow, brother Imam, how are you doing over there in San Francisco? Write the letter, takes about 20 minutes, send it. That takes another day. Takes them about 3 weeks to a month to get there. Takes him another day to write it, come back. Month later, 2 months later, I'm doing well, brother Naeem. How are you? Oh, wow. I'm doing, y'all get my point. So, where the text is a lot easier. And let's continue. So here's some common technologies. And we're talking about the pen, right? Writing, electricity, telephone, bicycles, car, computer. So the point I'm trying to make here is that we're surrounded by technology, and we use technology thousands of times a day, and we're not even aware of it really, because here's a principle to help you remember it. Technology beats biology. What does that mean? It means without technology, what you are is a human being, human animal with just your body, right? So if you have to go somewhere that's a mile away, you have to what? You have to walk, or as a baby, you got to crawl, or however you have to get there with only your bodily capability. What would help you? Maybe a bike, maybe a car, maybe a horse even. But a car, a bike, a horse makes it easier than just walking. It makes it faster. Even when it comes to eating, right? We can eat with our hands. We can use, I have slides for this. I don't know why I'm not just using slides. All right, so what does it mean? Technology beats biology. Get ahead of myself. So I just gave some examples, right? So we have the first example up here is person eating with their hands, another person using a fork and a knife. Someone walking versus someone riding a bike. And we have the elevator versus stairs. It'd be funny if the elevator door opened up and there was a flight of stairs. You're like, who's trolling me right now? Right? This is terrible. And then you got the person in the snow with no clothes on, or not many clothes on, and then the person with clothes on, because clothing is also technology to insulate ourselves from the environment. So all of this is technology. And how does it come about? It gets invented. Why? To make life easier. And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. Where did homes come from? Houses and structures. People tired of sleeping outside in the cold. One day somebody just had their head on a rock and they're looking at in the night sky and getting bitten by mosquitoes. They're like, I'm not doing this no more, you know. They're like, I'm not doing this no more. I need a shelter that I can rely on. And then that evolved into doors and windows and locks and elevators and staircases. And what we have in Imam Ishmael said is modern technology that we are all accustomed to, that we don't realize came from most likely a discomfort of one person or a group of people. It's like, you know what? I'm tired of having to get up and run all the way down the block to talk to my friend. We need a telegraph or a telephone. We need writing. We need, all of this is technology. So now we're in part two. How is technology used to harm? How is it weaponized? Did we have someone saying something? Okay, maybe not. All right, so this part is important because we're going to make a jump into digital technology. First, we're going to talk about the principles of weapons and weaponry. So whenever a tool is used for the purpose of harm, it becomes a weapon, right? So what is technology? It's any tool you can think of. And when technology is used to harm or used in a harmful way, it becomes weaponized. So for example, here's a trick question. Is a knife a tool or a weapon? The hint is right there in the top. It's a trick question. So if you're cutting up vegetables to serve your family, your community, it's a tool. If you're trying to chase somebody down with it or getting chased down with it, then it's a weapon, right? So it's not the knife itself. The knife is neutral. It's the intent behind it. That's the same thing with a gun, with writing, with your words, with your actions, with the digital technology. All this stuff can be used to be weaponized to harm us. So we want to talk about digital technology now, because that's where we were thinking I would start from, but I had to start with what it is in the first place. So what about digital technology is harmful? Let's start with the screens. We're all pretty much on a screen right now, but how are screens harmful? It's just a screen, right? It's a two-dimensional representation of information. So how is it harmful? It's because one thing, at least, is the blue light. So what is blue light? Blue light occurs naturally from the sun. It's part of the spectrum of light. And blue light in particular, it has a high energy content and it keeps you awake. But the thing is, these screens we're on also emit blue light. And too much exposure to screens is detrimental to our health. How? It's because it increases your eye strain. You ever been on calls or Zoom meetings on your phone a lot of all day or a long time, and you're just like, wow, my eyes are getting blurry, they're getting tired, they're getting dry. It's not you. And it's not necessarily the screen, it's the blue light from the screen. And also if the information you're straining to look at it, that as well. We're going to get to how we can diminish those effects, because it's not going to totally be taken away unless you just close the screens, but how to preserve our health and when it comes to these things. So increasing eye strain and more exposure to blue light interrupts our natural sleep patterns, which is called the circadian rhythm. And, you know, just so imagine if the sun were always out, there was no nighttime. How could you sleep? How could you get into a rhythm? Because your brain thinks you're awake. And that's what your brain thinks when you're looking at a phone, especially before bed or right when you wake up. It's like, oh, it's time to be up. But it puts your natural system out of whack. It hijacks your system. And there's also addictive aspects to what comes through on these screens, from the social media, the smartphones in particular. There's a campaign to make social media, in particular, social media, like a lot of apps you see on this picture here, not accessible to children under 18 years of age. And I'm an advocate for that, because unless there are strong restrictions around it, it has an addictive tendency. And another presenter was talking about bullying earlier. There's a lot of cyberbullying. There's a lot of things that drive that. When you have a young mind, you're talking about prepubescent mind, children, when they're being exposed to this high-powered supercomputer and this screen and these algorithms, it hijacks their ability, their natural development of how their brain is supposed to naturally develop. And it causes the addictive tendency. So how? Because of, scientifically speaking, it hacks the dopamine center in our brain, which is the reward center. Dopamine is actually associated with the anticipation of a reward, not necessarily the reward itself, which is why there is never enough of it. Same thing with drugs, alcohol, gambling. It's not that, oh, I've just had a drink, that's enough. No, someone who's addicted wants another drink, and each drink becomes better and more appealing to them. Oh, you just won a jackpot in the lottery. You should be good. It's like, no, I could win another jackpot. It's not about the jackpot. It's about the anticipation of the reward of the jackpot. And there's also very natural and helpful service of dopamine, which is supposed to be our natural functioning of dopamine and the dopaminergic centers in our brain comes down to things you're supposed to do to preserve yourself in survival. So sunlight gives dopamine, healthy foods gives dopamine, accomplishing tasks and goals that are life-giving gives dopamine, such as when hunter-gatherers, they would go out to hunt, and the anticipation of the hunt to bring back food to the family, it gives you a dopamine response, which makes you want to go and do more. And then you're like, oh, I'm getting closer, I see the animal right there, I have my spear ready, I'm getting closer. And each time you get closer, you get another dopamine. And so it is there to inspire and motivate us to do life-giving things. But the technology, the modern technology, has hacked into that, where we have notifications, likes, rewards, social validation. It's like, oh, so here's how it goes awry. You post a picture, or let's say a teenager with low self-esteem, not even going to say a gender, they post a picture of something they're doing or of themselves, and they get 13 likes in it in like 30 minutes. And they're like, wow, people really like that. Then they post another picture and they get 30 likes in 30 minutes. Like, wow, people really. Then they post another picture, let's say a picture that's more representative of how they normally do things. They're not staged, not filtered. And then they get like 4 or 5 likes, and it takes them like hours to get more likes. They're like, oh, people don't like it when I'm not dressed this way. People don't like it when I'm not singing this song and dancing. People don't like when I'm not. I got to start doing more of these things. And it drives you to do things that are uncharacteristic, or rather hijacks even your natural development of your individuality, because you're doing things to appease the crowd. You're doing things to get attention, to get social validation. And also you're afraid to be outcast, or to be irrelevant, or to not be at the top of someone's feed. And you get what's called social media actually becoming the function of it is antisocial, because you have 4 or 5 friends sitting around a table, all on their phones, looking in their phones, instead of talking to each other, instead of eating together, instead of working out problems and talking about your family and your life. It's like, oh, did you see this post? Let me share that with you. You see that? It's not natural. And mind you, everyone on this call, this technology has come to pass within our lifetimes. Human beings have been around for a long, long time. And just a few generations ago, there was no thought of that. Even in the 30s, and 40s, with Alan Turing and the invention of the first ancestor of the computer that we have today, there was nothing near this powerful device that you have in your hand, and the ability to access information from across the globe, and not just verified information that now everyone has a voice. Everyone is able to say what's on their mind. And the other thing is about algorithms. It pushes up your preferences to the top, because the whole purpose of the developers of social media is this one phrase. And I'm going to say it in a moment. I'm just going to take a drink of water so that we can have a dramatic pause, and so that I can quench my thirst. Okay, dramatic pause over. So the one thing that they say for the purpose of social media is to drive user engagement. What does that mean? It seems like, oh yeah, we want people to connect more. But the natural human mind is not going to connect more rapidly with the things that are like, oh, someone, helped someone with their groceries. Someone made a donation to a school. No, it's this person was killed, or look at this scandalous outfit, or this violence and drugs. That's what comes to the top of the feeds, and that's what becomes more and more relevant according to the algorithms. And we'll get into that later or not. It's not that important right now. Just know that these are some of the addictive and harmful aspects of modern technology. So let's get into solutions, though. What solutions are we talking about? So we're talking about how we can reduce the harmful effects of digital technology. So let's start with this. Also, let me know when I have like 10 minutes left. So, because I want to really get into a question and answer as well. So we can, because I'm going to introduce you, like why I talked all that trash about technology, which is not really trash, but the truth. I also want to talk about how you can use it to benefit yourself in a very advanced way, which maybe some of us are not familiar with, because there's so many tools at our disposal that why would we not make our lives easier if we could? So let's introduce your digital wellness toolbox, starting with blue light blocking glasses. So what are these? So if you find yourself on screens a lot, then there are glasses that actually filter out the blue light, the light that, again, the one that comes from the sun that keeps you awake. These glasses that you can get for $10, have them delivered to your house, blocks out that light. And I think I have another tab here open. Can y'all see this? I pulled up some tabs where you can just see, like, okay, you can see it. Yeah. So just showing you that there's so many different kinds of these things. It's like $13, $14 for 2 of them. You can buy a pair for your family, for your children. And it's good to use these before at night, like when you're going to sleep, before you go to bed, because it'll downgrade the emission of that light that keeps your brain awake, and you'll find yourself getting sleepy, where you might find yourself when you're watching TV late or on the computer or on the phone, still being up and alert, even though you're like, it's 12 o'clock, why am I up? And it's because of the blue light. So these glasses, please take notes, are helpful and to use at any time, but particularly like if you're on the screens for more than a couple hours a day, and if you're right before bed. Now, here's where I want you to maybe actually participate in this part. This is a digital well-being section on how to use these smartphones. Most of us have one, and how to use it to protect yourself from the addictive tendencies, and also to protect your children and those in your care. And if you can even follow along with your own phone right now, I'm going to take you step by step through how to do this. So there's a digital well-being feature on your phones if you have a phone that's within 5-6 years old. And what it does is it helps you check your screen time, like how long the screen has been on. It lets you place limits on your screen time, especially for children. It's about using do not disturb. Everyone not familiar with that? It's like when you hit do not disturb, it means that in most cases, only your important contacts, like you go through maybe your most contacted people, you put a star next to them, you say that's a important contact or that's a emergency contact. No one else can get a message or a call out to you unless they call like 2 or 3 times back to back. It'll go straight to voicemail. So it helps you not to be disturbed through the phone by what's it called, the scammers, and those are the robocalls and stuff. It helps you manage your notifications, because we're on these notifications like Pavlovian dogs. Like, you know how Pavlov trained the dogs with the little bell. Every time they heard the bell, they thought they was going to get food, so they started salivating, and even when there wasn't food. So the notification, you hear a little buzz or a chirp or a ding, you're like, what? And but the thing is, you're driving. Thing is, you're sleeping. Thing is, you're studying, and it's the notification with your friend sending you a funny picture saying, oh, look at this joke, ha ha ha. And you interrupt your train of thought to look at that or respond to that. So there's also just putting limits on yourself. Like, I'm only going to engage in emails or responses from this time to this time. From 10 p.m. to 10 a.m., I'm not going to touch my phone. It's your own, but you have to put these limits in place, because let me remind you, technology beats biology. And these phones are smarter, at least the algorithms and the programs and the developers that put it on there are smarter than us in terms of our biology. It will hack your brain. It's like you saying, well, it don't affect me. I believe in Allah. So, you know, I can take heroin. That don't have nothing to do with me. I do 5 prayers a day. It's like, but we're not talking about your devotion. We're talking about your body. Your brain is susceptible that if you put heroin or you put different things in your body, it's going to affect you. Alcohol is going to affect you no matter what your intention. And these phones, just like you wouldn't leave a liquor cabinet open for children, you shouldn't leave unrestricted access to the internet, social media, and smartphones, and computers and tablets open to your children, especially, and to yourself. I'm talking about your children, yourself. So all of this slide is about how you can limit that. And of course, we know the main thing we can do is what? Turn it off. Or in lieu of turning it off, when you need it for functionality, you have to decide how this piece of technology is going to be used and how often I'm going to let it interrupt or have access to my attention, right? So you can set a bedtime for yourself and for your phone. Like your phone is in sleep mode or it's in do not disturb mode. And the good rule of thumb is that you should not use screens at least an hour before bed and an hour after waking up. So let's say your bedtime is 10 p.m. At 9 p.m., the phone should be put on do not disturb, turned off, just not in your hand. You know the average, and also when you wake up. So if you wake up at 7 a.m., so you shouldn't be touching the phone until at least 8.
Naeem, can I just interject
Yes.
this portion right here? I would just want to say is that, at least for me, I do not use my phone next to my bed. You know, that people, they text all night, they get texts and their phones ringing, as you just said. But I usually put my phone in a different room so that I don't even pick it up, because I know that there are what do you call those wavelengths that affects the brains when you're sleeping at night. So we don't leave our phones in the bedroom. We take it out and put it in another place. So can you, because that's important. That means no phone calls once they lay down, that's it.
Yes. You're and that's actually proven scientifically that your brain has different brain wavelengths, alpha, beta, theta, and delta, which are different states of consciousness, which also access different states of, how can we say, vulnerability or openness, like meaning you're open to things you don't mean to be. Like a baby is just open, you're just looking around, just taking everything in. When you wake up, the first 20 minutes before you go to bed and the first 20 minutes when you wake up, you're in this very receptive state. That's the word, receptive. So you may not have thought much of that news alert you got about whatever in the morning, but in the morning, it'll affect you much more strongly than when you have already started your day and going about your normal routine. You say, oh, the news alert, some crazy thing happened. But when you start your day with, oh, this crazy thing, then in your mind, your brain is like, oh, the world is a dangerous place. The crazy things happen. Oh my God. And it's not your fault. Your brain is in an alpha wavelength, which is a wavelength of very high receptibility to information and suggestion. It's the state that they try to get you in hypnosis. It's the state that most drugs induce. It's actually also a state that when you're in a deep state of study, that as a brother was doing Arabic lesson beforehand, you would want to be in that state when you're learning something new because you become more receptive to learning. It's a state that you're in when you listen to music, which is why we're able to remember lyrics to hundreds of songs that we heard 30, 40 years ago. And you never sat down and studied a lyric book, did you? You're like, oh, this is, amazing grace, how sweet this. No, nobody just does that. It's just you're open, like, oh, I love this song. You hear it a couple of times and you remember it because your brain is open to it. So there's some things you don't want to remember or pay that much attention to. So protect yourself, protect your brain, just like you would protect your child. Imagine a marching band coming in your front door and standing in your children's room and saying, everything is terrible. The world is going to end, right? And you just let them in. That's the same thing as opening your phone in the morning and looking at the news instead of brushing your teeth and going to take a shower and doing your prayers and taking care of yourself. Do that first so you can insulate and protect yourself, put your armor on before you get out into the world and deal with these things. So again, the last thing is use your blue light glasses, especially at night. Here are a few examples of digital wellness on your smartphone. So if you can, if you're on the Zoom app and you can hear me, you can actually go to your settings right now. I'll show you first, and I'm going to walk you through it. So these are, I'm going to show you, let me see, I have some tabs open for that. So here's for Android. There's a bedtime mode. What you have to do is you have to go to your settings and you have to start typing in screen time, and you'll see it come screen time, parental controls. So in there's a bedtime, which you can set your phone to, okay, I want the phone to stop being on or being available at 11 and then come back at 7 a.m. on these days of the week. There's, let's see, when you want to focus, you can put it on do not disturb. There's a focus mode where you can control different notifications. There's a place where you can also see this digital well-being and parental controls. It allows you to control that, and also allows you to control what apps. You can put a timer on certain apps so that, okay, let's say the CNN app, I be on that app for 20 minutes a day. I only want to be on it for 10 minutes. You can set it that after 10 minutes, it shuts the app down until the next day. Yes, you have your hand up, Brother David. If you can come off mute if you want to say something.
I was yelling up to my children, letting them know that they supposed to be on listening right now. And that but that's my bad, because they 13 and 14, so they did 15. It's my fault. I should have told them. But hopefully they're getting on right now.
Yeah, and we got the recording. So I'm about to
get the recording, and they can go back and visit it. And we've been talking back here behind the scenes that I think a lot don't make mistakes. Things happen for a reason. That our theme to our program is move and read the thing to our annual convention this year. And we have spots available for workshops, and not just workshops, but as a presenter. Presenters usually get a spot, like you're a presenter today, you're the main presenter today, that I can see that you're an excellent teacher. So as a leader, I can see that the wealth of knowledge that you have is that you are not, we don't need you to do what you're doing today, talking to your professor. We need you to teach. We need to see Imam. Yeah, we need you to teach. And because I know you got it in you, I hear it, I can see it. Whatever you feel the community needs, or whatever you feel that you can benefit the community best from, that's what I would love to see. But if you got prior things that you are involved with, but for our convention, man, you could head up the youth program, man. You could call on the other youth that have your type of maybe not even your type of experience or background, but just in your that have some professionalism to them and have something to offer the community. This is where we are today, and this is where we lack the most in youth leadership. And you got everything, man, that we need. And so you could think about it. I'm not asking you to make no quick answers, but you can think about it.
He's on. He's
okay.
on.
Yeah, he's an imam.
He's on. That's why we had him. That's why we put him on.
Okay, he's an imam, and we could use him, and he could have the main stage for however long he needs, because this is the theme of our program, and we hope that he can attract others that are in the category that don't have gray hair, so much gray hair like the rest of us, So alhamdulillah.
Exactly.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay.
All right.
Go ahead.
Thank you for volunteering me.
You're welcome.
You're on, brother.
Now I know you're talking to your uncle, or you call him. He's like a dad,
Yes.
So yeah, alhamdulillah.
Yeah, both of my uncles volunteered me twice, so I only got one vote against the two votes. So,
but
I appreciate it.
That's how the calling works. None of us chose to do the work that we do. Allah speaks to your soul, and this becomes your life's experience, and you actually enjoy it. believe it, the more you benefit humanity, because Allah said that that's what your taqwa, that's what the blessings are from, how useful you are. That's what we say, regardfulness of your value. Human value is based upon how your value to humanity at large. And so once you discover that, that's really what makes you happy in life, is how valuable you are to other people and not to yourself. And then in turn, you feel good about yourself and you feel pleasure with yourself. You know, you please yourself from the good that you do for others. And you got a big future ahead of you, you know, because you got a lot to offer, and you're right on time and right on point. Yeah, we appreciate it. Yes, sir.
I'm honored. Thank you very much. It
Alhamdulillah.
means a lot coming from you and from my respected elders. So,
Alhamdulillah.
like you said, being called rather
I
than
get no
putting
younger.
yourself in responsibility. And
Alhamdulillah. Thank you.
yes, I'm gonna
So I
share.
know there's other people out there that I know some brain cells turned on by his presentation. So I'm gonna let other people step up if they ready. to step up.
Naeem, you want to just
Oh, you
finish?
still
He's
presenting?
still presenting.
Okay.
Yeah, I still got a few slides because I'm still working my way up to my
I
main point.
apologize. Yeah.
But
I
no, it's
had to
supposed to
get
be
that out there.
interactive.
Yeah. Thank you.
So we had one. Can the hands that are up? Can we talk? Can you take yourself off of mute and talk? Starting with Brother David. I'm not saying your name right, but I hope you understand.
It's David.
David,
David is
David.
Spanish. You speak Spanish too, don't you?
Yeah, I'm
A little Spanish.
a little
There
bit
you
though.
go. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. Greetings to all. Salute to Imam II. And what I wanted to acknowledge was dopamine also is secreted just from seeing a smile. And then to look at this wisdom of our Prophet Muhammad, present peace be upon him, how he told the poor man that the one thing that he could do was, you can smile, can't you? So look how he simplified something that stimulates that area in the brain. And then the second thing that I made connection with was in the early morning, how the Quran recommends that we recite Quran and study a little Quran in the early mornings, and how you made the connection with the brain and its activity being at its peak part of reception and able to retain more. So I really appreciate it. And then the third thing I wanted to do is I want to echo what Imam II has just suggested. And I would like to invite you to take seriously in participating in some of our committee planning meetings, which occur every Wednesday at roughly 9 o'clock Eastern time. Because one of the things that is of concern for us is being an older, aging community, which I'm towards the younger age. I'm 62, and you look like you are young enough maybe to be my son. So I would like you to take that seriously, and then to share that and invite some other associates of yours. I don't want to say they got to be Muslims. Some may disagree with me, but I would like to say just your friends or people of like minds, like you have your cousins and family members. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Brother David. How do I say your last name?
Ziad, David Ziad.
Ziad. Okay, thank you. I like to get people's
Yes,
names
sir.
right. And would
Thank
you
you,
say
Doctor. Go
sorry?
ahead. I was about to call you Dr. Naeem Najib. I want to officiate this in the early wee hours of your history and career. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. And what you said, my mother taught me that at a young age in the Sunnah of the Prophet, where he said, oh, you can't give charity, even a smile is charity, right? And connecting that to the dopamine, to the reward, just in a human to human interaction, that when you see a smile on someone's face, it brings pleasure because you know that they're okay. They're actually in a state of pleasure, which is the state that Allah wants us to be in. And when you see a frown, or just like we hear a baby cry, you know that the sirens that the police, the fire, the emergency use are modeled after a baby crying.
That's
so
right.
that it gets our attention, because
That's right.
all humans are sensitive to the sounds of our babies and our children crying. So you know it's
That's
an
right.
emergency.
Mhm.
So when
They also-
you know that things are going well, you see smiles on the face of your loved ones, then it does bring pleasure on a spiritual, emotional, biochemical level, and that's important. So thank you for bringing it back.
Thank you very much.
Yes. And I appreciate your invitation too, and I'll send my contact information will be in the end of the slides. You can take it down as well. Be in touch.
I'll have to go and get. I'm still getting my technology together. Yes, I'll go get a pen and paper and write it down.
Yes,
Right,
sir.
thank you very much. Awesome.
You're welcome. And there are other hands up. Sister Tawana,
Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum.
like my salam.
When I looked at you, I saw my son. I'm 62 years old. And looking at you, I see my son. I just want to know, I'm asking you a question. Are you talking about business?
I'm getting there.
Oh,
But
well, I want to read something
okay.
that Walid Muhammad wrote. Islam Climate for Business Success. What is hurting minority communities more than anything else is that we are not informed enough and we are not aware of what is going on. In order for a community of people that's deficient or weak to get strong, they have to open communication lines, not so much with the outside community, but with themselves. Walid Muhammad, African American Minorities Contractors Award Dinner, March 22nd, 1995, Chicago Urban League. Imam Walid Muhammad is the foremost leader of Muslims throughout America and in many other parts of the world. He is known for his depth of thinking, insight, and faith. His perspectives are clearly Quranic based, with applications that cut across scriptural, religious, political, cultural, and ethnic lines. He is at the very forefront of interfaith dialogue and cooperation. He is leading the call toward human excellence, refinement, and salvation. The reason why I want to read this because we are not trying, but we are we are doing a book. It's called Lifeline African American Business Directory. We're doing the directory, and your information that you have right now can go inside this here directory, because wherever you at, if people need to get in touch with you and you can talk to them about IT, technology, the importance of technology, we can get in touch with you. So I would appreciate it if you would leave me your information, and I'm going to leave you my information on the chat line. Brother Abdul and Walid Muhammad II, I've been trying to get in touch with Brother Abdul to give this information to you all because we need the help. I don't mean to come in on your program, but I think this is very, very, very important. I've been trying to get in touch with Brother Dill. This has been about 3 months, 4 months ago that I left a message, and I'm trying to get in touch with y'all so y'all could put this information out here so people can see or get in touch with y'all and where y'all at. That way, this won't be a book where it's just for us. It's for everybody. It's a keepsake. It's for wherever you at, we should get in touch with the Moss case.
If you leave us your phone number in the chat possibly, and he'll call you and we'll talk to you about that later. It sounds really, really interesting, and we'll be more than pleased to take some time to talk to you about it, inshallah.
Thank you so much. I'm like, I don't mean my brother. I don't mean to jump in, but I think this is important too. You are important.
Thank you, Sister Tawana. Like my salam.
Yeah, can you continue
Yes, I think
Yeah, we want to try to wrap it up.
yeah, all right, let's get to it. And I think we're all saying the same things. We're trying to, like, we're at this slide, how can we use technology to improve our lives? And that is also dealing with business as well, because this is the business and technology section. So how can we do that? Oh yes, I was actually on this slide. I was on setting timers for your phone, and the brother Imam was saying about how, you're telling your children to get on. You can actually manage their apps from your phone. There's a family link where you can have parental controls. You can set limits on different apps. You can see what they're doing. And if you're using iPhone, we go into that, then you have screen timers. There's these features here, and let's see. So preventing explicit content, it'll do that, prevent them from sending messages or receiving from certain contacts, limiting adult websites, restricting the web search, game center, entertainment, privacy. I invite you all to go in. You can go in your phones right now. I mean, just pay attention, but you can go in right now and play with these settings to so think about what you want for your own attention and for your children and those in your care. And you have the power in your hands right now. You don't have to download another app. It's already built into your settings. And here's more things. See the digital well-being in the iPhone. If you swipe, I believe, down and then search settings, and then in the settings, you search screen time, then it'll bring these things up. You have also the parental controls, who will be using the device, you can set it up for your child. And I figure anybody who you're paying their phone bill is your child, so they don't have to be, 10, 11 years old. But, you can set all of this up so that you can set limits on that for their own protection. Again, there's enough things out here that we don't have to just bring them into our home and just wander into it. It's better to have an informed conversation. So, okay, we're back here now. So now we're talking about using technology as a tool for research, saving time, problem solving, critical thinking, and consolidating and organizing information. This was the original conversation that I had with Uncle Ismail when we were talking about creating this slide. So you see, we're like past the middle, and we're just getting to this because I had to start from the beginning. What is technology? How's it used to harm? Now, how do we help ourselves with it? So also, anyone with your hands up, just please keep it up until the end so we can get to your questions, and keep your questions written down so we can get to it in a orderly manner. So here's a browser you can use. I recommend it above Safari, above Chrome, above Firefox. It's called Brave browser. And this browser, let me see if I have a thing opened up for it. Let me see, I do, yes. This browser, it blocks ads, it saves you data, and it stops third parties from tracking you. So you can download it on your phone or your computer, your tablet. And also, a fringe benefit is, those annoying YouTube ads when you're not paying $16 a month for YouTube Premium? It blocks all of those. You can listen to as much music on YouTube. You can listen to as many hours of lectures. You can listen to as many videos as you want without the ads coming in. Because those 15 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, they eat away your time, and your time is your life. We don't have time for that. So another benefit of this browser is that it blocks ads automatically, even in YouTube. Let's go back. What else are we talking about? We're talking about research. So let's understand what research is and what it's not. Google is not research. Neither is Wikipedia. Why? Because it's crowdsourced, and it's also backed by an algorithm that is doing what again? Driving user engagement. So if I wanted to if I search, I guarantee you that everyone on this call, if we search the same things in your Google, in my Google, in anyone else's Google, you'll get different results. How is that possible? It's possible because if you keep writing in your search bar, how do we say something like, let's just say something very innocuous. Long hair is good. Long hair, we love long hair. We love this kind of hair or that kind of hair. You write 5, 10, 20 entries of this. Next time you write hair, and it's going to send you ads and messages about long hair and the hair that you're talking about. If you say in your thing, long hair is bad or bald head is good, then it's going to send you that. So you're not going to get neutral and objective information from Google or pretty much any search engine unless you're using one that is vetted for that, like for research. So here we have Google Scholar, right? Most people don't know about Google Scholar, but if you're doing research, I'm gonna do an example right here in real time. I'm gonna use regular Google and I'm gonna say history of Islam. Boom. Let's see what it brings up. So it says most historians believe. What is most historians believe stuff? What do we just want to know the actual history, not what most historians believe. And so here's history.com, Britannica, Amazon, PBS, everybody that wants your attention. Barnes and Noble, World History Encyclopedia. That's regular Google, history of Islam. Now, if I go to Google Scholar, I can look up articles of case law, and I say, let's just put in the same thing. History of Islam, boom. Now, look what we got. We got the Oxford History of Islam. We have different peer-reviewed articles, books, concise. We have the authors. Everything is annotated, indexed. We have the articles, the books, the analysis, study on the history of Islam. It's a whole different world. And look, PDF. Here's the psu.edu. You have access to universities, real scholars, not just Joe Smo talking about, yeah, I think Islam is about people who wear things around their head, right? And that's going to come up in Google, but not in Google Scholar as one of the many resources we're not going to get to talk about real research. So if you're a teacher, and if you already know this, but you tell your students, yeah, research, the history of French literature or whatever, and then they bring you some stuff from Google, like take that back and actually give me some things and some actual quoted, cited articles, and let me know that you actually read something more than the first line of text that you came across. So that's just a little hint there on research, what it is and what it isn't. And also going into, what's it called, libraries and actually talking to actual scholars. All right, so, and so now we're going to step way into the future and talk about open source AI language models. Now, what is that? You've all heard of ChatGPT and the Google version, Gemini, which are AI, which is artificial intelligence, and language models means that they are drawing from a vast information database that, again, I'm not recommending this as a source of accurate information. I'm recommending it as a tool and an assistant that if you are researching the history of Islam, maybe it can help give you some ideas to further your research, not as a end product. So how do we use these things? Well, you can go on ChatGPT. You can find that, open an account real easily at Google Gemini. What do we use it for? So here are different prompts. You can use it for travel planning, home and apartment hunting, food, meal prep, legal things like wills, power of attorney, daily tasks, shopping and grocery, health and fitness, home improvement, communication, writing information. This is what you probably heard, drafting emails and letters and summarizing text, creative writing, coding. You're into IT and learning languages, writing resume and cover letters, etc. So let's get right into it and see how you can use this. So we're talking about prompts here. So let me go back. Here's a prompt for an apartment search that I created. I said, I'm looking for a new apartment in the Philadelphia area. My budget is $1,500 a month. I need at least a 1-bedroom, but 2-bedroom is preferred. I would like parking and washer dryer in the unit. Also close to public transportation. Give me 10 management companies or locations that offer units that meet this criteria, include their contact information and email. And I go to ChatGPT here. I'm just copied that. I'm pasting it. I'm going to put it in here. And it says, yeah, I can help with that. So here you have these real estate people. Here's their number, their contact information. Gray Star, Post Brothers, all this, you know, instantly giving me this information, right? And it's still coming up. And so you can not only do that, you can say, well, help me draft a letter of inquiry to one of these companies about the apartment, right? And then there it is. All right, here it is, your name, your current address, etc. And it already wrote it out. It says, I hope, let me just read part of it. We're not going to go through this whole thing, but I hope this message finds you well. My name is, you put your name there. I'm currently in search of a new apartment in Philadelphia. I'm particularly interested in such and such property and would like to inquire about the availability of rental units that meet my specific needs. My budget is $1,500 a month. I'm seeking 1 bedroom, although 2 bedroom is preferred. Additionally, it's important to me that the apartment includes the following features: in-unit washer, dryer, parking space, proximity to public transportation. Could you please provide information on current availability of the units, etc.? And you just put your name and stuff in. You can change this. Again, I'm not saying that this is a replacement for your brain. I'm saying that it's an assistant. And let's keep it going. So what if health and wellness prompt here? Can you help me create a balanced weekly meal plan that includes healthy recipes for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? I'm looking to incorporate more vegetables and lean proteins into my diet. Additionally, can you suggest some simple daily exercises to improve my overall fitness? Boom, I copied that, go back into here, paste it. I'm going to search that. It says, okay, I can help you with that. So meal plan, here's breakfast, veggie omelet, eggs, spinach, tomatoes, mushrooms, etc. And it tells you how to do it. Saute the vegetables in a pan, beat the eggs. Lunch, grilled chicken salad. Dinner, baked salmon with asparagus. Tuesday, breakfast, Greek. So anyway, you see all of that. Now let's get down to the exercise part, because it's still going for the whole week.
Okay.
Right? And now here's the exercises. Cardio, 30 minutes a day of brisk walk or jog. Do 3 sets of squats and 15 push-ups and etc. You get the point. I wanted to give you a little more. So here's some other prompts. Will preparation, something that we all should be working on. So let's just go into this real quick. And I've been using ChatGPT. I can also use Gemini. This is Gemini, same thing. So I'm working on creating my will and need some guidance. Can you help me outline the key components I should include in my will, such as designating beneficiaries, choosing an executor, and detailing specific bequests? Also, could you provide tips on how to ensure my will is legally valid and any considerations I should keep in mind regarding assets, debts, guardianship, and of minor children? Boom. Okay, so here's the essential components. So you're learning about this and you can create your own will. You could ask it to do a draft for you. Consider the debts and taxes, the digital assets, the trust. So that's that. I say the same thing here about the will creation and ChatGPT. And so, and it tells you how to do it. And let's say, write me an example will. Just that. Let's just see what happens. Okay, let's have it stop that and do this new prompt, which is write an example will, just to give you an example. Of course, this is not going to be your will, but it's a example. Okay, so here it is. So Article 1, executor. Article 2, beneficiaries, estate, guardianship, payment of debts. And I direct my executor to pay all my debts, funeral expenses, and taxes as soon as practicable after my death. These expenses should be paid out of my residual estate. Residual asset, all of this is assigned. So it pretty much wrote the will. That was like 10 seconds. All right, so there's a power of attorney prompt. I have all of this. We're not going to go through all of it. I'm just trying to show you what you can use it for. So let's say you're trying to help your kids with math, with homework. Help me, what is a algebraic equation, 3x plus 5 equals 20. You may know how to do it, but you may not know how to get to the answer efficiently. I will say it is good at math. So let's just copy that in there. And I'm gonna do one more, then we can end this. So it says start with the equation. 3x plus 5 equals 20. Subtract 5 from both sides. Boom. Simplify, we get 3x equals 15. Divide by both sides. Now we found out that x equals 5, right? So that, what else? One more. And if y'all have any suggestions, write it in the chat. Let's do this because I'm sure Uncle Ismail would want to talk about the finance and the business. Help me create a monthly budget plan based on an income of $3,000. Boom. All right. Put that in there, copy, paste. So what are we talking about? Total income is 3,000. Expenses, it should be, let's say, housing.
That's it.
30% of income. So rent or mortgage, that's $900. Utilities, 10% of income. Electricity, 100. Water, 30. Gas, 30. Internet. Food, 15% of income. We know that's not right because we know we eat more than that. And then transportation, 10% of income. Car insurance, 50. So again, this is just an example. Savings, 10% of income. Emergency funds and saving. Debt repayment. Personal and discretionary, 10% of income. And then, it already put it into a grid. So here we go. Housing, 30% amount. And then you have all of that sheet right there to look at in one snap. One thing. The whole thing is about being able to give it the right prompts to help you. And even if you want to be silly and say, write me a poem about how the mosque cares is educating the community. And I might say, make it funny. Boom. So this is just entertainment now. I'm just playing around. So it says, in the heart of town, near the parks and swings, there's a mosque that's teaching all kinds of things. They're called mosqueers, and they surely do. They educate the community, even me and you. They start with the basics, like prayer and more, but then they teach things that'll make you adore, like from fixing a tire to baking a cake. They even taught Ahmed how to swim in the lake. All right, I'm gonna stop there because we just, we got to get finished with this presentation. But again, I hope I have demonstrated how you can use these things, these tools to help you. And let me finish my last slide here. And we can get to questions and answers. All right. And yeah, there's so many more, like write a cover letter for a project manager, historical information, learning languages, translate this for me. So it's as much as you can imagine, that's how much you have, access to information, technology, and resources at your fingertips. It's free also. I'm not selling anything here. I'm just trying to give back and help us find quicker ways to save time and enjoy our lives more. And for the pleasure of Allah. Thank you for your attention. And you can find me on this website, healingtoxicrelationships.com, and contact info@healingtoxicrelationships.com.
Naeem, we want to thank you for giving us this excellent presentation. We realize that it is so important. That's why we asked you to do this technology, because we know that you're very much astute in this area, not only you, but your mother as well. And I think that this is what we need as a community. And this is why we say business and technology is not just technology and business, but it's both woven in together, which you have demonstrated because you brought the finance piece as well into the format. So thank you for allowing us to get this information so now we can utilize it. I pray Allah that we can get this information to the younger folks who are really needs it, because they're the ones that is going to carry on the baton. So thank you again. Let's open up for questions and we'll go from there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm gonna take that down. I posted it in the chat, so everybody should be able to see the contact.
Imam Adil, they're ready.
Yeah, all praise due to Allah, and we're looking right now. We're gonna take the first hand up that we see.
Go ahead, Sister Mahassan.
Mahassan.
Brother Bashir next.
Please be
Assalamu
brief.
alaikum.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. Greetings to everyone. Just so blessed to be here today, all of us. Brother Naeem, this is an idea whose time there's a great appetite for it. Thank you. My background is in education, so I'm wondering, will you be offering a series, or is there someone you're connected with offering a series of online like master classes that offer certification in generating these outcomes on a personal level, or the evidence that we've gone through this instruction?
Are you oh, thank you very much for your attention.
All right, one more question after that, but
Yeah.
go ahead if you want to answer that first.
I have a lot of
Yeah.
hands too, Sister
Your
Okay.
question generates a need, or let's say a demand. You know, supply and demand, necessity is mother of invention. So if it's enough desire and demand for it, I'll create a course for it, because I create courses, you know, you can see on my website, in the aspect of, again, having healthy relationships. And this presentation is about healthy relationships with technology. And that's why we talked about the toxic aspects and the helpful aspects of how you can approach it. So I am all for, if there's willingness. Like, I don't just put things out there because I want people to want it. And if they do, then I'll create.
Not to make light of her question, but we asked for him first. So when we get we'll let you know when he got time.
Yes, you got my number.
Okay, that's no problem. Whoever generates it, makes it to the finish line first. We're encouraged.
It's just something that happens, you know. When a person has a high value, there's a high demand.
High demand. I love your humor, Imam W.D. Muhammad II. I do. I really love your humor.
First, it's humor, but it's serious too.
Yeah, definitely. That's what we call that two-edged sword. Okay, so the other statement or question I was going to make, I came in late, but sounded like you dealt with
go ahead with your other question.
Yes.
This is Imam Ismail Shamsuddin's segment of the program.
Okay. I wanted to know about hormonal connection when you talk about healing toxic relationships, and what you could say about that.
Can you give a little more insight in terms of?
Okay, by nature, Imam Muhammad has taught us, as we're making this transition, that there's certain fundamental fitra-based nature creation origins that we have as human beings. And Allah says in the Quran that the Quran is easy, right? And so we wonder, well, what is it about it that makes it easy? And the easy thing is that it's already geared and aligned with our nature and physiological or biographical content. So as a woman and as a health coach or whatever, we study hormonal impact and connections with progression, you know, growing and whatnot. So I was wondering, had you talked about that in your healing toxin relationships organization, the impact of us being aware that there is an original hormonal connection that should make things easy for us?
Well, I don't talk specifically about that specific connection. I do talk about the chemical breakdown and compounds that, like I was talking about dopamine before, you know, you got 4 major chemicals, dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and endorphins. It spells out DOSE, D-O-S-E. And those 4 things really drive a lot of us as, you know, as humans. And on the natural side of the fence, you know, the way, like you said, nature and it being easy and it being for us, then it promotes life-giving things. On the dark side of it, then we have addiction and we have unnatural expressions of that. And that's what we have to be educated about, because if you think, like I said, just because your intentions are good and you're a good person and you do all your prayers, but you can stay around secondhand smoke and it won't affect you, you're wrong, because you will get the same result as somebody who's smoking. So, and there's also a question about the thing about hormones. And again, as our bodies are aging and the different stages in life. So for example, pretty much pre like 35, like before you can eat almost anything and your body will it'll let you get away with it to a certain extent, because nature's imperative is for you to survive and procreate. So you can eat pizza and drink soda and do all that all day, and you'll be not the healthiest, but you're not going to be sickly necessarily for the most case. After that, when you're supposed to, in nature's timeline, you're supposed to be having either become a parent, then the rule is you are supposed to be able to live long enough to see your grandchildren, and then you make room for the next generation. Humans are one of the only animals that stick around long enough for our grandchildren. Most animals, they don't. And because there are hormones for life, there are also hormones for death. And when you're younger, your hormones are just going to drive procreation and life. When you get older, if you don't supplement and tell your body and your biology what it should be doing, then it's going to say, oh, do you like sitting around all day? You don't need to use your legs and use your body. Oh, you're eating all this sugar and all these things. Then you're going to get the effects of that. When nature says if you don't use it, you lose it. So if you're going to sit around all day and not move around, then you're going to lose the function. If you don't stretch this much, if you only ever bring your arms up to this point, then at a certain point, this is going to be hard to do. If you're not going to be doing this, and it's like, well, you don't need to reach that far, so we're going to take that away from you. So there are definitely connections there, and different language that nature speaks to us. But all of that starts with our mindset, right? About what our mindset is, what we want out of life, what we're willing to do to have that. So I hope that is somewhat talked about your question.
It's beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, dear.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, you have Brother Bashir Rahman.
Yes, sir. Brother Naeem, first of all, we wanted to say assalamu alaikum to you. And yes, sir. And to the president, Imam Warthadi Muhammad II, for our monthly First Sunday program, and to Brother Ishmael for actually, Imam Ishmael, for bringing this part of the program. And I just want to echo what Brother Imam David Zaid said earlier, that we really are looking forward to having you on the convention portion of science and technology. And if your schedule does permit, we certainly would like to have you participate in our weekly meetings that we have, planning sessions going forward towards the convention, because this ties right into our theme, which is paving the way for youth leadership. And you have
There you go.
Yes, and you're establishing that. So we're looking forward to that. And so I just want to briefly say thank you. Excellent presentation. Look forward to seeing more. Assalamu alaikum.
Like salam. Thank you very much. Alhamdulillah.
Okay.
And sister,
You're locked in, my friend.
Yes, I've been volunteered.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Sister Imani. I just got a quick question. Thank you so much for your wealth of knowledge and being able to deliver like you did. Very impactful. I wanted to know if it's necessary to upgrade to the Microsoft 11 in order to continue using your computer. I'm very technically challenged, but I was told that your computer won't be working so well on the 10 and you need to upgrade. So I just want to know, is that all necessary to do what I need to do on my computer?
Okay, so that's a good question, a good practical question. I got 3 answers for you. And it all depends on what you want, what you're using it for. If you're just using the computer to type out emails and whatnot, just basic things, no, you don't. If you need it to do high processing, video graphics sort of things, you might. And again, the other part, to reveal what these software companies do, as much money as they have, they're also greedy, and they also build in certain failures into the technology that provides them job security so that you can keep upgrading and doing more. Like imagine you gotta buying more. Imagine if you brought a typewriter and then every month the typewriter company said, oh, you need to upgrade the typewriter so that we can add right. It's like outside of having the ink, what do you need to upgrade the alphabet? Do you need to have a different style of, it's like, no, the thing does what it's here to do. But since computers are plugged into the internet and the World Wide Web and all these software upgrades and updates, the next upgrade, what it usually does is it kills the old one. So what I do is I usually, until they force me to do it, I keep it at the same level I got it at. as long as it works.
Okay.
What will inevitably happen is it'll get slower and slower. But what also happens when you do upgrade, some of you probably noticed if you have, especially like iPhones and stuff, like your battery life, it was, last you a day, maybe a day and a half, 2 days. Then you download this upgrade, you don't get a few hours out the house and the thing is dead. You know why? Because the upgrade causes the battery to die quicker. Why? So you can buy the iPhone 11,000. And because the iPhone 10 wasn't good enough, because now I'm not even going to start talking about, but the whole point is job security and more money, and it's rooted around greed. So support yourself in that. Decide what you need from your device. And if it's working, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's all I got to say.
The only thing I would
Don't
say
upgrade.
just to add, because my HP printer just suddenly just not capturing the print thing. So I'm gonna unplug it and see what happens, plug it back in and see what happens. But
Yeah,
I don't
a lot
wanna
of times unplugging, like you said, turning it off, turning it back on, restart, whether that's a Wi-Fi router or a computer, that will help. And if not, then there'd be YouTube tutorials where you just type in my HP printer, LaserJet, blah, 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 is not doing this. And somebody had the same problem. They'll be like, just do this, 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 and that. In most cases, these printers cost less than the ink that goes in them. So it's sometimes better just to get a new printer.
Gee, thank you. Allahu Akbar. Thank you.
That's exactly what I did. My one LaserJet printer was acting up. I just bought a second one. I used the one that gets on quicker.
Right, because it'd be like the printer is $100, but the ink is $80. Like, what? So, but the new printer comes with all the ink. So just, I was joking with my mother before. I'm like, every time we need to change the ink, we'll just buy a new printer, have a stack of printers. Yeah, but no, it's rooted around greed because our capitalistic society, we don't know how to conserve and to reduce consumption. So we just the new thing. But it's not necessary if you identify what you need and if it's providing what you need.
Now, can we where can we finish up? I think we're pretty well set. They can do whatever they have in the chat, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, well, I appreciate the invitation, and if anyone wants to contact me, I have the contact information, and I'll follow up with.
Yeah, because we want to stay to the time.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Brother Imam Warisdi Muhammad II. You have any comments, and then we'll close out.
Yes, alhamdulillah, that we really enjoyed the presentation today. And what it has done for me more than anything is whet my appetite for more. We have a brilliant mind here, and most of your audience here, including, well, not including me. I try to stay abreast as most as I can, but I'm sure there's some language that's on the cutting edge that all of the leaders of the world we live in, mind you, the people that are doing business and leading the world that we all live in today are his age. They're on the cutting edge of everything, and he's using language that most of us don't know. That's the language of today. And so it's crucial that we get individuals like himself that can speak to today and speak to right now on the level of business and technology, because there is no business without technology today. This is a new world we're living in. So we appreciate your time and your what you shared with us. We know it was genuine and from the heart. We can see it and we can feel it. So me being a spiritual leader, that I also appreciate you for not just your knowledge and your expertise, but for your mother raising you a good child and you being the man that you are. And I say, keep up the good work. And we're going to make dua. I pray that Allah continues to keep you in his good graces and continue to make us all successful, inshallah.
Inshallah.
And
Thank you.
We would like to,
appreciate you so much. And this is invaluable, and we're going to try to continue to spread the word. I feel the only injustice today is that we don't have more people here watching. And so we're going to work harder on trying to get more people on board the program so we all can benefit, inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you, Brother Imam. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, everyone. And you said a key thing about language. Language is what divides us sometimes from accessing certain places of knowledge and positions. When you hear a lawyer talk about damages, you're like, well, what damages? No, they're talking about money. When you hear a software designer talking about cookies, like, what, chocolate chip cookies? Like, no, they're talking internet cash. Well, internet has money on it. Like, no, and there's a language there, like you said, that when you can have access to the language, you have access to certain networks, connections, people, and resources that we should always be literate at the very least. So thank you.
And that term toxic is a very crucial term, and it's a reason why that word is replacing a lot of other words we used previously. But most of us aren't aware. You know, you got to turn your TV on the radio on there. That's how I looked up on it. I was like, I've heard this word more than once. And then when I heard it today, I said, this is the man we need. We need the man that can speak the language of the world today, not yesterday, you know, not in the future, but right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Imam Eric Shamsuddin, you have any comments, and then we'll close. The other co-hosts. Be brief.
You're on mute, Eric. You're on mute.
Be brief, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, Brother Naeem, for allowing us to delve into your understanding about technology, and may Allah continue to bless you.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for having me. And I look forward to the next time and the next presentation. And thank you for all the generous invites.
Yeah, you know, you have to bring your mother on, because, you know, with the health and wellness, even though we have the consortium in terms of the business side, so we have some more to come.
Yes, she's going to resist, and I will tell her.
Okay, Brother Imam,
it's all family.
it's all yours.
Yeah,
he's all yours. We're done. We're thankful to Allah once again for Naeem Najib and his parent for allowing us to share this information, because we knew what he had. And it's just a point. And when you asked us to come in and do the technology, I told him to get ready, because I knew that he had the information and that he would inspire the community at large. So thank you again. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Alhamdulillah.
Yes, sir. Thank you all again, Imam Ismail and Eric Shamsuddin, as well as Imam Naeem Najib, for that business and technology presentation. At this time, we're going to turn it over to Imam W.D. Muhammad II.
Yeah, thank you.
For his comments for this first Sunday community program.
Oh, my clock is moving fast. I'm gonna be quick and I'm gonna be brief, because we've been keeping our brother. He's our featured speaker today. Imam Councilman Alfred, and he's got another notch under his belt that we're going to save that for him. Hopefully he can give us some more details on a really milestone that he reached this weekend in education. So alhamdulillah. I want to greet you all with the greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum. That is the peace that only Allah can give. I bear witness there's no God but Allah, and that Muhammad is his messenger. All praises are due to Allah, Lord of all the world. Praise be to Allah. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Okay. Yes, I would like to first express that this is the Mosque Cares First Sunday Community Meeting. And this is our June. This is the beginning of summer for most of us. And I've been noticing the change that we see in the weather. They talk about global warming and the climate changing and things, but it's always on, you know, the clock isn't, I'm not a meteorologist. I can't tell you what the best clock is to follow, but I noticed that sometimes our winters, they're warmer, and our springs are a little less like spring. And sometimes, like right now, we're experiencing spring in the first week of summer. We're getting that rain that we've been missing, but it's a blessing and a mercy from Almighty God, Allah. Allah gives in measures without counting for us. So we're thankful and grateful to Allah for good weather we're experiencing. I hope we're having good weather around the country and not dangerous weather. Nobody's experiencing any misfortune from too much weather. So alhamdulillah, what else do I want to say? I'm so excited to bring Brother Alfred on. I think I got blessed, and I saw him on Facebook yesterday, right after he had graduated, and he had the biggest smile on his face. So, yeah, so we're well into the planning. This is something I wanted to mention. The Mosque Cares, just to update you a little bit on the Mosque Cares. The Mosque Cares is active in the community, not just our immediate community, but in the Muslim community in the world abroad. Imam Elam was a representative on a very important meeting of the changing of the new leadership for a world Islamic relief, or what their world scope in a world scope relief organization, who has I'm sure has provided the much needed relief and life-saving aid to and support to less fortunate believers all around the world. And we appreciate Imam Elam for representing us, because as we know, the theme of my things I've been saying most of the day is that the Shaitan wants to exclude us from our social life. And Imam Muhammad said he read the book, The Invisible Man. He said the most valuable part of that book is when he said, when the author said, somehow I must have got at the end of the book to let you know this is the whole point of the book, that somehow I got separated from my social response, myself and my social responsibility. And that's what the enemy of man wants to do. He's not a black man, a white man, a Chinese man. He is the enemy of all men. And we just happen to be the one he like to pick on the most, it appears. So whenever you have the opportunity to join your brother in a good cause, then we need to join each other, and not just with our money and our muscles and our abilities that Allah has blessed us with, but our intellect. And like Brother David said, even Brother Najee also, I believe, even with a smile, you see. David is on my mind because he said something that brought to light what Imam Muhammad said to us. He said the reason we call our annual conventions the Mosque Cares annual Muslim convention is for a reason, because the word Muslim means humanity. It's all of us. All of us are Muslim, Christian, Jews, no matter what persuasion or what background comes to. And if y'all remember, when my father first became the leader of our community after the passing of his father, the builder of the Nation of Islam, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, after his passing, Imam Muhammad said, you all do not turn any of my people away. I don't care what cultural background, how they look, sound, and act. And he even opened the door for Caucasians. But we forget that the door should be the first door he opened was to you and I, so that no matter what background you come from, that you should be welcome. So much so, this is his words. I feel I have a hard time repeating it. He said it, and he's our leader. So I'm gonna repeat what he said. He said, because our conventions, and he's not talking about under me. He was talking about when we had that big shura body under all your imams out there. They were my imams too. He said, our conventions are not yet Islamic. You hear that? Imam Muhammad said, our conventions, we should stop calling them Islamic conventions, because it used to be the Mecca Fund, or Mecca, or I forget the name of the community at the time, but to be exact, but he said that we called them the Islamic conventions. And he said that that's not appropriate. But I also know the leader that he represented for us, that he was never a person to turn anybody away. We are not a club. We're not a clergy or a club or something. We are people, seeking the guidance of Almighty God, Allah, and following the life practice of Muhammad the Prophet. And he is our leader first and foremost. And we obey God and we obey his messenger. When we speak of God's messenger, we're speaking of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, to whom the Holy Quran was revealed. That's who we are. That's what we are, and that's who we are. And we do not see ourselves above any of the other people that God sent revelations to, and there are many that we know of and many that we have never seen or heard of that not even recorded in history. So this is humanity. This is who we are. We are human beings seeking God's favor, seeking his mercy and his direction and instruction in our personal lives. So that's another thing, the convention, the Muslim convention, but there's something else. Mosque Cares Community Program. We established the Mosque Cares Community Program on that premise, on the premise that there's a wealth of value in our membership, And I made an expression, I guess some of my father's philosophy or that personality that he had to want to be philosophical. I was trying to save my own skin because I had never been up to a mic to speak publicly for anything that I knew that I can recall that I actually thought that I was responsible for. But when my father passed, I was like, okay, this is on me. I can't just accept a B or a C, or I have to hit a A+ when I do this. So I said, what the Mosque Cares is looking to do is not to raise me up, because I saw everybody, the enemy whispering and saying, hey, he wants to be his father. I said, no man can, no tub, there's going to come a time when no tub no person can, every tub has to sit on his bottom, I think so the Bible said. So I said, I can't be responsible for my father. My father's not responsible for me. I'm an individual. And what Allah has planned for me, I don't know. So I said, what happens when the sun sets? I said, yes, Imam Muhammad was the son. He was the son of the great leader. He was the son of our community. He was the light of our community. When we were in complete darkness, my father called it, the Nation of Islam, he called it a triple cross, right? He's called it the 3 veils of darkness. He said, here comes the sun to brighten the day and to lead us in pure light. He said, there's no more darkness. He said, not Imam Muhammad says, no more darkness. So I said, what happened when the sun set? I said, well, when I see the sunset and I walk outside, I experience a great peace, knowing that the sun has served us well and provided us with everything that we need. And then I said, and leadership is the last thing we lack, because we look up there and we see that bright white light reflecting off of the moon. And then behind the moon is countless numbers of other lights. So I said, that's going to be my saving grace. I said, some people might be mad at me, but I ain't trying to be my daddy. I said, I'm trying to bring all of these seeds he planted to the forefront. All of these wonderful, beautiful seeds that we don't know what they offer, because when the seed come out the ground, most of them look alike. They have that starter leaf on it. We don't know what it is until it grows. So we have to let some of these lights shine. And we are a blessed community. Never feel that we are a community that is not blessed on a high level, where God is with us and he is guiding this community. And so long as we keep him first, keep his word, the Holy Quran first, that we'll always have the help of Allah and we'll have his guidance, inshallah. Thank you so much. I would like to introduce or bring on Imam. I'm gonna have you bring Alfred on. Okay. Alfred, he's the best at it. If I wasn't introducing Imam Alfred Muhammad, he would be introducing the next person, because he's a master at a lot of things. And on that note, I'm gonna turn you over to the master. Alhamdulillah. Your mic is muted. Alhamdulillah.
Yes, sir.
Alhamdulillah. The mic is yours, Imam.
Was I introduced by the master? I want to make sure the master introduced me. So once we got the approval from the West Coast
introductions. Nobody can touch him. Nobody can touch him.
Let him roll then. He's a West Coast guy.
Okay, well, here we go. This is my friend. This is my brother. This is my leader. This is your friend, your brother, and your leader, Alfred Muhammad, who has conquered what a lifetime of great achievements in the path of what the path that God put him on, I believe, that he may agree today that he has a record, an impeccable record of success as a leader amongst leaders. And I mean that with all my heart. Imam Alfred Muhammad, and I'd like to bring him on the front stage as our guest speaker, keynote guest speaker today.
Thank you so much, Brother Imam Wardi Muhammad and your team. Imam, as one sister from the South said, Brother Adil, Brother Adil, the son of the great Adil. Adil.
That's how he said. He, you know, he has an Arabic tongue. He got a decent Arabic tongue. Y'all don't. He gonna step out his shell one day, inshallah.
He's a fine young man, and we are very, very honored to know him. And I think about him. He used to tell his father, used to always tell me that, you know, those Muhammads, they have something special. He was talking about Imam Wardeen and also you, and talking about the Honorable Muhammad. I am honored today. I had to.
Alfred, did you intend to turn your camera off?
I intended to turn it on, but I'm on my phone. Let's see. I want to be on the camera. Let me see here.
Yeah, just touch the bottom and click on the camera.
At the bottom, I'm using the phone. So let's see how we do
that. Come up on the phone. You just touch.
Yeah,
I think you touch anywhere.
Yeah,
it
you
should
just
come up.
tap near the bottom of the screen. It should come up. Your options at the bottom of the screen. If you're on your phone, it should come up.
Yes, give us a minute.
It should be to the right of, if you look to where, if you're trying to mute yourself, it should be to the right of that.
Yes, I see it now, but I've got to get all this stuff on my phone. Let me get all this stuff off. I think Elam sent me this by, okay, we're coming back. All right.
Yes, sir.
Now can you see me?
We see you, but yeah, that's better. Whatever you just did, you came into the light. Okay.
All right. You want to be in the light. There are others who operate
you
in
was
the
in
darkness.
the shadow. I don't like shadows too much. Unknown.
One of our leaders who would like to be the leader, he operates in the shadow. I remember you telling him that we don't want you to be in the shadow, so we're gonna be in the shadow. Well, why does this keep going out? Okay.
We can still see you. It just turned.
You may want to lock the orientation of your phone.
Orientation of your phone. It turned.
Yeah, so switch it back to the way you want it, and then lock the orientation of your phone.
Yeah, the thing is, the charge can go off, so I got it this way. As long as you all can see me, I'm charging it in the hotel room, propped up against the book. Well, let me get started the best I can. With Allah's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. All the praise is due to Allah, the one who created the heavens and the earth and all in between. And as Brother Imam Wardi Muhammad II was saying, he made stars, lights upon lights. That is Allah, who is above all, and all is subject to him. And he sent a human person, perfected that human person in Muhammad, the prophet of the Quran. We're just honored to be here today. Today, I just came from the University of Chicago, and they were trying to hold me. I guess they said, well, let's see how much we can milk out of it and insights. I said, no, I'm sorry. I've given you all enough. I've given you 2 years. Let me now go to my people and feed the people on the South Side. If we had scheduled it properly, we probably would have just came over here. I like to be with my audience. Anytime I'm in the Chicago land, I want to be at the Mosque Cares, because it's our intention to build the South Side of Chicago up. I once asked Imam Wardi Muhammad, I said, Brother Imam, do you plan on leaving Chicago? He said, no, I made a promise to my father I would not leave Chicago. And I know that promise. And I said to myself, while he was saying, I didn't say anything, but I said, I'm going to do everything in my power and grow in power and understanding and mercy, and ask Allah for much mercy to rebuild the South Side of Chicago with good, sincere, pure people. And I'm going to tell you, all is well in even the academic world towards us. I just left the University of Chicago where they awarded me a doctorate, not an honorary doctorate. I had to take my hood off because I thought about the hoods. You know, the Ku Klux Klan used to wear hoods. I don't know about that. And I have to, some of you scientists that are here, I know y'all know the Imam Muhammad's teachings on the robes and the academics and the mitre and all that stuff. I paid no attention to that, but I have always been a person concerned about bringing our people into a better understanding of our lives and explaining to our people that we are the most favorite people on this earth. I want you to sink that into your soul a little bit. You are the most favorite people on the face of the planet Earth, not because you're Black, not because you're original man, Asiatic Black man, none of those mythologies. Those myths were pointing to a powerful thing that would happen. It was pointing to the fact that one from among us would be raised up and he would be given a knowledge and wisdom and understanding of scripture, period, Quran and other books. And even it's interesting, they got the Tibetan Book of the Dead. The members made the Tibetan Book of the Dead come to life, but the Egyptian Book of the Dead to come to life. I'm sure they were talking about something else when they were talking about that. But it just came to my mind and I just make a commentary on that. But our topic is a very, very, very important topic. It's about 10 years since we started working here, assistant in the mosque here. I don't say I'm a member of the mosque here, because it's not a membership organization. But I want to say that I'm a supporter 1,000% without hesitation, the leadership of Imam Warithuddin Muhammad, a follower. First, and then a student. I want to dissuade the student idea before we get to this, the trend that's been running around. I'm a follower, as I was a follower and a student of the Elijah Muhammad. So when Imam Muhammad came in, I became a follower and student of him. And I became a profound, deep follower, because as I know, I had been searching for Imam Warithuddin Muhammad practically all of my life, and many years of my life, it was a conscious decision. At first, became aware of Imam Warithuddin Muhammad in the late 50s, reading an Esed Uddin's book about what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has said about the Imam. He was just obviously the most unique religious leader that ever walked the shores of North America. In fact, the author Taylor Branch calls him the most underrated religious leader in America. It's in Pillars of Fire. And in fact, it was Taylor Branch that wrote the biography of Dr. King called America During the King Years. He wrote in this volume 2, then volume 2, At Canaan's Edge. In it, he talked, in a Pillow of Fire, that I think the third volume, he speaks of Imam Warithuddin Muhammad, while Imam Warithuddin Muhammad was the minister in Philadelphia. Very wise discussion. So I'm coming first from the wise, and then I'm going to come to the common and let you know that you are following a leader. I don't want to bring some of the political figures in because one of them is running for president now, but he had invited Imam Warithuddin Muhammad to speak at his institute. And I used that lecture and biographical material for my master's thesis when I wrote on Imam Muhammad. I decided to write on all of these the three major religious figures, in my opinion: Dr. Benjamin Elijah Mays, Dr. Howard Washington Thurman, and Imam Warithuddin Muhammad. So my professor said, you have to call him Dr. Imam Wardini Muhammad because he's a doctor. And I listened, and they said, because his work supersedes a doctoral dissertation. And I said, frankly, I have to bear witness to that because I was transformed from a half partial Marxist Leninist ideologically, Christian, non-Christian, mystical, to a full-fledged man of religion. And that was done by Imam Muhammad. And that was the example. And the reason I became that because I followed him. And once I followed him, as it says, believe in the seen and the unseen. He said, we have to follow a leader because we don't necessarily know where he's going. When Imam came, and in fact, when I first saw the Imam, I didn't know where he's going. And
Imam Alfred, I apologize to interrupt, but we want to fix this problem with the orientation of your screen because it's on the YouTube like this. Is you turn sideways, you completely turn sideways, turn it the other direction, and now it's orientating that. Can you put it down where you had it?
Let's see now. That's back to the
put it back because now it's back upright. Is it still in the position that you want it? So the charger is out, sticking out the side. It's like this. See, this is what happened. It was sideways, and then when you turn it up, it should orientate. So just do like that.
I think I probably just will have to hold it. I can,
you don't have to hold it. You can lean it against the book. It's not a problem. I'm gonna show you. Can you see me?
Yes, sir.
Can you see me? This is where my power is. Is this how your phone is orientated? Like this sideways? Is your phone orientated like this? Or
let me see what I can prop up.
Is it horizontal or diagonal? You have it horizontal or diagonal?
I think it's horizontal. Wow.
So it's horizontal. I mean, which way? And your cord still sticks out the bottom?
Yeah.
If you lay it on the side, it's going to flip. So
does that work?
That's perfect. Leave it like that. Thank you. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. People saying, why y'all let him speak with the image sideways? Okay. You're much better.
Thank you. Thank you. I tell you, sometime in travel, I need technical assistance, but both of my sons, they came with me. One of them left this post, but I will say Alfred did help me quite a bit.
Can you lean a little bit forward?
Yes, sir.
Yep, there you go. Yep. If you lean forward, we can speak.
I can't forget that you're a photographer.
I told somebody that the other day. I'm like, how you didn't ask me to take pictures? That's what I've been doing for 30 years.
You know what I mean? I remember when Khalil Ali taught you how to take pictures. You were taking pictures.
Now you good. I'm gonna have to hire you as my mental therapist. I said, because you remember stuff that I hadn't thought of that for.
Well, you know what? Years. You know what I remember? I remember
you're telling the truth, because Khalila was a good photographer, and she still is.
Yes, she was. She was an excellent photographer.
I was a little
excellent person. And I tell you something. You know, she had to be a good person for your father to trust her to teach you, because he was very careful and protective of you. I mean, see, the thing is, I've been observing you since I think you were about 8 years old, and maybe earlier. I remember, I think you came to a Stadium Day with your father, and your father was out of the temple. And so I remember, I said, who's this precious little boy with Minister Wallace? It was quite fun. People in this community need to know Imam's history, and they need to know why he put this leadership in your hand. Not just because you're the oldest son.
Right.
But you are, and again, I reiterate this. You were born for this mission. That's what your father said. I mean, that's what your grandfather said about it. And he was a very good judge of people. When he looked at you and compared you and looked at his father, looked at your father, and looked at your son, look at you just come home from the hospital as a baby. First place person the Imam brought, the first person he brought him to was his daddy. And his daddy looked at him and looked at you. Because you know, the older people, they can look at a child and tell you what kind of child it would be. He says, boy, he's just like you. And Imam said that May the 31st, 2008. He said, you're going to get a young man just like you. So I know all you other young men who think you should be the leader. You should just sit back in a, well, if I had my way, you'd probably sit in the garbage can, but I'm not the leader. See, I'm not temperamentally suited to be the leader. I am temperamentally suited to promote the leader. You have to have people promote the leader. Let the people know who the leader is. That's what we need. That's what we need now. And I'm telling you, I was telling Brother Adil today, Idol, that if you, I want to walk around with lots of material because wherever I go, where I meet at least 20 or 30 people. And I said today, like I was at the University of Chicago after graduation, while I had my academic robes on, I was explaining who I am. And in fact, they were so fascinating because I kind of put a little introductory with Dr. Mays and Dr. Thurman, but you know, the main focus of this thesis is that the destiny of African American leadership, Rabbil Alameen, Allah was evolving us to a leader that would be Imam Warith Deen Muhammad. And I must tell you, 99% of you, and I'm talking particularly to you imams, you don't even know how to follow imams, what you all should be doing. I'm promoting myself now. You all should be listening to me so I can tell you how to follow. I listened to some of you all, and I had a discussion with Imam Muhammad about this one time. And he said, you know, Brother Imam, I don't understand these guys. They're just getting this, grab anything out of the air. They just snatch stuff out of the air. They just talk. And a few Arabic, they're like hymn singers. I'm not here to criticize you. I'm here because I love you. And one of the reasons I want to get a master's and have gotten a master's is because I want to train our imams in the finest techniques of dawah, how to invite people to this religion. And I'm telling you, it was a professor and his wife invited me. I had my son Alpha. I'm proud of him. He was with me today. They wanted me to come back to Chicago and spend time with them because they were just fascinated about Imam Warith Deen Muhammad. Do you all know that one of the great scholars of religion in America, by the name of Akbar Ahmed, in a book called Journey to America, he said Imam Warith Deen Muhammad is the Martin Luther of the Muslims. Now, Martin Luther was the founder of the Protestant Reformation.
Imam
Maulana
Alfred, you lose
Maududi.
your point, Imam Alfred, but you out of focus. You lean forward.
Yeah, you have that blur background that's designed to blur the background. Yeah, yeah, that's much better. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
And I
I
don't
was
know if your
leaning back.
phone is tilted, but if you tilt it too much forward, I don't know if it'll fall down, but we don't want it to fall over. But if it was tilted up a little, then you might not have to sit up as straight. But however you feel comfortable, we can see you better.
Brother Imam, I will stand, sit, whatever it is to accommodate this audience and you
Okay,
all.
yeah, because we right here with you, but if you when you move back, we lose your image. Yeah.
All right, so I'll stay as
Or the second thing you could do, see if your camera's tilted back, it's going to show what's up there. But if you tilt it up a little, then it's going to show what's straight in front of it. If you're in front of your camera, you're in front of your camera. Now if you can keep it like that, then you can lean back all you want. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you can keep it like that, then you can go and sit back and get comfortable. Yeah.
Right. Well,
I mean, I'll let you know if we lose the image, but yeah, the closer the better. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think we're good now.
Okay, much better, much better.
Now,
you were speaking about Martin Luther.
Martin Luther, as you all know something about him. He's was the most important second probably most important person in Christianity. He made challenges to the Pope. But if really we study Imam Warid Muhammad, there's Islamic support for what Imam Muhammad did. That was a man by the name, the founder of ICNA, the Worldwide ICNA organization, was a man by the name of Maulana Maududi. And they say after his name, Rahmatullah Alayhi. But he was considered a revivalist of Al-Islam. And he said that the Imam Muhammad would be that person that would bring a fifth school of thought. And that person, that mujaddid, would not only be a mujaddid, but would be a mujaddid Mahdi. Meaning, and this is just obvious. I don't know why you all can't see it, because you just don't believe that you deserve it. I know that's what it is. And the others are just jealous and envious that's not them. But any person could take the nation of Islam who didn't believe in God. I'm telling you, to bring somebody out of the nation of Islam or bring somebody into the nation of Islam is more difficult in transforming them from that to a Christian. Remember, the nation of Islam, by its definition, believed that God was material. They didn't believe in an abstract God. Brother, everything is for real. Islam is mathematics, and mathematics can be proven no limit of time. Well, okay. All right. But Imam Muhammad in almost a year had brought us to an abstract concept that Allah was not concrete, that he was Allah. That took place in a year, about a year. Powerful. You know Allah had to be with him. So he was a revival, just in reviving the Shahada. And then to get us who believe that someone else who had a mind, Prophet Muhammad, but he was the messenger of Allah. So in about 2 years, Imam had cleared that up. I mean, certainly for a lot of us, by the time I went to Mecca in 1978, I was convinced. Well, I was convinced even a little bit before. I tell you what convinced me when I heard the Imam at 5335 South Greenwood Avenue. I knew for a fact that this was no ordinary man. Yes, I granted he was Honorable Elijah Muhammad's son. Yes, I granted that he was a great teacher. But I knew Allah had to be with him. Had to be with him. And this is what you believers should know. It's important for you to know that Allah is with us. And that this has come about as a result of that 400-year treatment, the worst treatment known to man. We have actually been put in a monster chain. And if you really believe it, and you walk through the streets, you will convince others, but you have to believe. And I heard some of you imams getting up and speaking. I really would like to help you. I really would like to help you because you would have growth. But I'm going to be honest with you, if you don't work, we are already organizing to come to different communities to address people. And we're going to come addressing their minds, not so much directly inviting them to the religion, but inviting them now to their humanity. Remember, the Imam had the title, Muslim American Spokesman for Human Salvation. It's important wherever our message be that people know that we are the Muslim Americans, new Africans. We're not from Mali, we're not from Bamako, we're not from those places, and we are not those people. But we are new Africans with new sensibilities, new feelings, new emotions, new ways of thinking. And if truth be told, we are the ones that will liberate even Africa. Now, while my witness, I want to tell you something that you may not be aware. I'm sure you're not. I met about 3 years ago. I met a delegation of Kenyans. They'd come to Linden. They want to make Linden a sister city. We have a very fine mayor there who now tells people, he said, I follow Imam Muhammad is my Muhammad is my leader. Well, I don't make no big do of it, but that's what he says. And he's now been coming to Juma, and I hope I don't get him in trouble. He's running for Congress. I think he'll win. So, but he invited me to this delegation to meet these Kenyans. And I told them, I said to them, you know, I'm very familiar with y'all's leader going back to the days of Jomo Kenyatta and Odinga, which was the people which President Obama came from. I said, it is a disgrace, the place with Jomo Kenyatta, Odinga, and you all allow Haiti, the first republic among African people, to be free, to dissolve into chaos and bloodshed and a stateless state. I said, to be honest with you, if I had 20,000 FOIs without fear, back the FOI, the Imam said we should call ourselves the Muslim Men in Action, I would walk into Haiti myself with a group of men, and we would put down that rebellion, just like we're going to have to stop this nonsense that's going on in our neighborhood. Just a matter of time, it's going to happen. But I asked them, and they took it back to their leaders, and we now see that they are trying to do something about our condition. But I'm saying our word weigh a lot. You don't know that. You don't know that in these cities, in these states like Michigan, we cannot allow people to throw us off from the goal of making sure that America remain a country and not a land of chaos, that there are people who will come among us and they will actually preach to us the disillusion of America. They won't come direct, they'll come from the left, and they said, don't vote. And you'll end up having a madman for the president of the United States. And I'm not political, but we're for right-minded leaders. You Muslims who are in Michigan, you Muslims in Wisconsin should urge our people to vote. We're talking about the survival of the United States. Remember what Imam Muhammad said in the last convention speech. An old touring car could hardly make it up the hill. Repeat, an old touring car could hardly make it up the hill. So we should be that touring car. We are that touring car. Starting out, we want to give attention to Detroit, Michigan, where he said we were taught to get those motor skills. Symbolically, we need motor skills. And it's interesting, those of you who've been in the jail and always going in and out of jail, you know, they refer to the groups as a car. Wonder where they got that language from. You know, I find a lot of the jailhouse people pick up Imam Muhammad's language and they run it through the jail, but they use it for wrong purposes. That's a car. And that language didn't become very popular among jail. I watch a lot of prison programs. Why do I watch? I've never been to jail. I don't know really anything about jail. I wasted a lot of time when I was imam in Baltimore. My enemies directed me to go and visit prisons a lot. So I wish I had spent more time on college campuses and high school. We probably would have had a better city. The time I spent teaching in prisons, people were never going to come out. And a warden came to me one day and he said to me, he said, no, Imam, I know you're a good man. He said, you want to see the number of kufis that they drop as soon as they leave out. He said, if I had $1 for everyone, he showed me a room. We had about 2,000 or 3,000 kufis. They would come in, they get the teachers, they get the New York food or whatever kind of food, they Philadelphia, they want that food. But to them, it was a game, and it was a gang. I don't know, Allah took me off to that direction. I think we should spend more of our time teaching right-minded people. There's somebody right on your block that you should be passing flyers to. And I told a brother today, I said, you don't need this. You don't want this. You're going to do nothing with it. Contact me when you get ready. I gave it to another man. So we want to get thousands, going to order dawah material so we can pass that with. Every day I talk to 25 or 30 people. And there's a situation that is appearing in the New Jersey area for us. We have some good leaders, good people. We want to go with them to walk the streets and appeal to our people to come to education. The 4 rivers, I know a lot of you, it's the 4 birds. One is Bible, one is Quran. This means the same thing. The development of education, business, and culture. And we need culture more than we need anything among us. Ma'am, so we can be the greatest manufacturer, but we can develop culture. And you all who know business and music, and I'm not talking about some music, Assalamu alaikum. I'm talking about music that people will listen to, music that people want, put in the right tone. There's a psychology to music. It can be music or music. And what we see today in the society is music. I never forget, I was talking to Imam Warid Muhammad one day about, I was kind of had I still had a little bit of the Nation of Islam tactics. And I was ready to fish people in and use the popular culture. And Imam Muhammad told me, we can't use popular culture. I'm glad he told me that. So that's why I'm telling you, he's not just my teacher, he's my leader. He has insights that we don't have. Allah always blessed one from among us with more insights. And guess who said that? President Barack Hussein Obama. He told the Muslim leaders, they were trying to bring somebody, a whole bunch of group of people. They had 2 or 3 people that they want to be the leader. And President Barack Hussein Obama said to them, where is Imam Muhammad's son at? He insisted to the White House staff that you bring Imam Warid Muhammad's son. And I understand, I got a report. Some of my enemies, they will give me the report. Because the people that gave me the report certainly my friend. But I got it from somewhere. They told me, they said, Imam too told them. Because they'll say to my face, Wallace. I said, I don't know Wallace. You know Wallace? No, I don't know Wallace. Who is Wallace? And they used to say that even when Imam one was here, Wallace. No, you don't call him Wallace. He's Imam. I said, you mean Imam too? He said, well, President Obama said he didn't want them coming to the White House if he came. Then he told him. Imam too told the president, I always thought of myself as little Wallace from the South Side. And this is the president of the United States. This is in transcript. You can get it. It passed by the, it'll be in the library. You can go over to the President Obama's library, which is being built right down the street from where the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's house was. And in it, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, President Obama said, I knew your father. We were very close. Your father had his role and you have your role. Now, y'all say y'all love President Obama. Y'all say y'all love Imam Warid Muhammad the first. Then you should be supporting Imam Warid Muhammad II. In fact, you should be giving him more attention because Imam Muhammad, and I don't know what this is connected, but I'm speculating. I go out on a limb and say that. I remember 1976, 77. I was living in the South Bronx in the real slums. And I read the Muhammad Speaks news, Bilal News. I don't know what paper it was, but it was one of those irritations. He said the next leader may not be as strong as I am. I don't need as much support, but he needs your support. So I told one of the big imams, I said, you should be ashamed of yourself. Imam also referred to him as a jitterbug too, so that's y'all look the word jitterbug up. But I told him to his face, I said, you know, I have to tell you this. I didn't expect to get much out of it, but at least I had to call him about something. I wanted to register on his conscience that you should be here to help Imam Warid Muhammad. Some of them I haven't even spent the time other than saying, hi, how you doing, man? Good to see you, something like that. So I'm not going to waste time. The Bible speaks of throwing good bread to the dogs. Now, you know the opposite of, you spell God backwards, dog. Now, I don't want to get into all that language, but I will tell you that. There are some of these people, and some of you on this committee, you always want to go and bring these old dead people to our program. They don't bring anything. They don't bring any people. They don't donate. And you're going to get a fight out of me on that committee. I don't want those people around. Let's get fresh people, not just young people, but young people who are committed to Imam Warid Muhammad, not young people coming with game. Because behind a lot of the young people, and this young game came about by a certain person in this association. Yeah, we got to get the youth. That was the language of a bishop inside of our community, masquerading as a Muslim. So, dear people, you have to be vigilant. And I want to get back to the importance of us developing culture, having fundraising activities with culture, clean music, music that's going to tell people to get up and work. It don't have to be all this, you know, everything is assalamu alaikum or alaikum assalam. Daily life, how to work. Music that's going to inspire people to work. Music that's going to inspire people to get a wife and build a family and hold a family together. That's the kind of music we want. Anything else is sick. And I'm not going to go into the details of the music industry. I'm not going to here to pull off the man of sin. And I'm not talking about some of these victims that I see out here. But I do want to reach them. I do want to reach our sick people who have, back in the, just as the nation was changing, I was in a restaurant on the North Side, and I ran into a real prominent female singer. And she told me, yeah, I've been to the Elijah Muhammad's house. Of course, she called in the messenger. We don't use that term. And she said, and she brought this other African-American woman. I was shocked at going to the Elijah Muhammad's house. And she said that the musicians, the big people in the entertainment industry, used to use pimps to beat them and introduce them to drugs. And that's why she had become a drug addict, corrupt. And she said that she had often wanted to spend more time with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. You know, in the last days, he used his dining room table as his pulpit because he was thoroughly disgusted with most of the leaders in that work. And that's something I'm bringing up. I heard him say it himself. I was in his audience when he said that. And that's why I was predisposed when I heard Imam Warideen Muhammad on that theme. And I'm gonna kind of get off that theme. I'm on the theme. I'm Brother Hafiz Muhammad, may God grant him paradise, forgive him of his sins. You call me the hypocrite slayer. No, I'm not a hypocrite slayer. There's nothing to do with hypocrite. I am trying to strengthen your hearts of you, the believers, and not listen to these liars. If 20, 30, 40 of us would gather together in our house, and I've been trying to accept invitations where we can just meet in the home and talk and study. I'm not talking about necessarily being on a radio line. We have lifelines, these things. I'm talking where you are actually inviting Muslims. I asked Imam about this one time, the Imam. I said, Brother Imam, he was saying that we should get away from just lectures. So naturally, I'm a person being dawah. I said, well, what about the non-Muslims? He said they would come and just stand and on the side, or they could participate in the circle, and they would make their contribution. Why shouldn't we be doing that? Why should we be just creating a group where we just talking to ourselves and bragging on ourselves, and all it is make us feel good? Teaching al-Islam is to affect others, not to try to coerce people, not coerce or make people join. No, don't even use that language. Share with them what you know. Allah is my witness. Yesterday, I had several people, these are high-learned people, was reading the thesis, and they were very fascinated by Imam Warideen Muhammad. And I put the other two in as a kind of a, because I wanted to also people to know that Allah has been working on us. Dr. Mays in 1931 was writing of the pagan origins in Christianity. Right here at the University of Chicago. He was able to get his doctoral thesis through, refuting paganism. The idea of God having a father, the son, which came out of Greek mythology. He said Constantine them had put in these ideas in order to bring dominance to these people. Later on, the Imam taught the same thing. Howard Thurman, Dr. Thurman, was so turned on to religion, but he said there had to be something outside of this. So you all don't know Imam Warideen Muhammad first. He has studied our people. He has studied their religious evolution. Now, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad can tell you these things because he knew that he had to keep us in a straitjacket. And I had to myself be very careful. You have a brother, you take him someplace, and next thing he's gone. I took a brother to a Sufi mosque. I said, brother, I'm going to Sufi mosque. I'm not going, I'm just going because I go to study these places. I don't go, this is before I started formally studying al-Islam. I was already a follower of Imam Muhammad. I didn't go there to study anything. I just want to see what they were. And also, some of the local masajids didn't want me in it. And actually, it sent people to physically attack me. So I said, since I want to go to the masjid, I'm not going to go there. And soon as I brought these African-American, these Muslims in there, man, they were gone. So I realized a lot of us shouldn't even be on interfaith gatherings. Because you go there and they'll say something to you and they will lose you. Same thing even with some of us going to seminary, going overseas. You come back with concept, and here was a productive brother, a learned brother. Looked like he's learned it, but really is an ignorant brother. And he comes back, he's gone. I never forget, I was taking a course at one of these seminaries, and the guy was talking about the kalima of Allah. And the guy, if you didn't listen to him closely, he was trying to tell you that Jesus was God, using the Quran. They call these people Orientalists. very dangerous people. And so you may go to one of these seminaries and you will be semi-insane. So that's what my goal and my prayer and my work is, for us to have our own institute to train our imams. I'm working with another brother in the community who's very learned, man that Imam Muhammad has a lot of respect for. I'm asking him to start attending this first Sunday. You should urge every leader and any person with any potential to listen to the first Sunday. Tell them that this is a continuity. It has not stopped. The work continues. And that Imam Warathuddin Muhammad is still holding on. I'm sure next month he is going to be holding the New World Patriotism Day, a day that was set up to bring about a healthy patriotism in America and to bring us, the African Americans, into appreciation for the potential and the actuality of the American flag. We've had most of the presidents of the United States have given honor to us. We have to build upon that. We have to build upon that trust. The leaders should be behind Imam Warathuddin Muhammad. New World Patriotism Day. We should be having it in all the cities. New World Patriotism Day. Imam Muhammad, too, you see him writing about Memorial Day, continuing the work of the Imam Warathuddin Muhammad I. The convention. Start saving your money for the convention. And you who badmouth it, you need to be hit in the mouth, really. I'm honest. I'm glad we don't have a Muslim Men in Action. That's what that title Imam gave us for that group when I came to him with the idea. He said, don't call it the BOI, the Brotherhood of Islam, but the Muslim Men in Action. We need Muslim men who go door to door in these neighborhoods and pass out flyers and sell the products, the books, the tapes, the pamphlets of the WDM publication, not these other people that just distribute stuff on Facebook. That's going to come into that. I see young brothers. Just recently, my son introduced me to 2 or 3 young brothers. And I'm telling you, they're not some brothers to play with. They want to join us. A couple of them came with us to the University of Chicago. And I said, look. And they said, Brother Imam, you act like no Uncle Tom. I said, look, my daddy wasn't Uncle Tom. My leaders and teachers weren't Uncle Tom. I don't follow Uncle Tom. I don't kiss white people's behind, and I don't go after calling them the devil. I respect those who respect us. And that's what the Honorable Muhammad told. And that's what the leaders of these groups that came out of that Nation of Islam, that's what they should be telling our people. Respect yourself. Stop walking around the street looking like you're a thug. Imam Muhammad said, our dress is volatile. It is. Some of us walk, this is for our young people. This is stuff we need to tell our young people. Don't walk like you got a broken leg. That language, that body language is threatening the people. They are terrified of you. Let's not make ourselves volatile. Don't you have something to tell the people? Put it in plain language. You don't have to be abusive to them. And you should have some humor with you in order to ingratiate yourselves with our people so that they can understand. I am very pained by what I see in the news. I'm not going to make a lot of comment on it. But I'm not surprised. I know the ways of the entertainment industry and the popular culture. And if you go back to the Savior's Day address 2007. We should have study groups to listen to that. Imam said they will build you up and crash you like they do a bottle of champagne. And we have seen some of the icons, culture, popular culture, be crashing down like they are shattering glass. And how many people's expectations are knocked out? So we're putting a lot of emphasis on culture. I'm gonna spend one little frame on the political awareness, but culture is so vital. Imam Muhammad told one of our leaders now who's gotten so holy, he can't talk unless he quote from the Quran. He gave him the assignment of sports. We should have our own baseball, basketball, football league to play for money. Ma'am talked about that. We had authority. We had the Negro baseball authority. Why not have the Muslim American authority? You leaders, if you're good, wherever I'm chosen to be the leader of, we're going to have that. We're going to invite you July the 2nd Friday and second Sunday in July to come to Newark, New Jersey, to the Weekway Park for the New African Family Day. We want all the families to come out and cook and eat. Have a good time. Play sports and enjoy each other's company. We are going to build new African culture. Drums. Even take some of the music that you heard other places, take Jesus out of it. Jesus is not God, and most of our Christian people know that. I'm telling you, I know that. I tell you that because I go to church. Oh, you go to church? Yeah, I go to church. I don't go to church as a Christian. I go to church as a Muslim. You are the best brought out for the people. So we want to get our people on a righteous tip, get them to be committed and understand that people have schemes against us. They intend to weaponize the situation, and every African American, every Muslim African American should be leading African American people to the polls to vote. We're not going to use vulgar language. I don't find it funny to see people sitting in Congress making jokes. I don't do that. I'm a legislator. I never make jokes. There are a couple of people that come to the council meeting, they make me mad up, but I always find something to say to them. A word to the right, the Quran says, but it's enough to cut them to, well, anyway, I know how to do that. And so I need your support. I need you to, when you see me on Facebook, to like, distribute what we're saying to others. 2 weeks ago, I was with the speaker, well, the Democratic Party leader, the leader of the House, and the Speaker Emeritus. You know, I didn't have to go through anybody to get there, just as an elected official. In fact, I'm the only Muslim imam in the entire United States that is an elected official. That came about as a blessing for serving Imam Warith Deen Muhammad 1 and 2. When I first came to Linden, I told him, I'm not running for anymore. I am, Imam Muhammad was living, I'm running to assist him. So I don't need to throw my hat in the ring. My suit and my tie and my kufi is in the right. Peace be on you. Let me just say something to y'all quickly. I love to be greeted. As you know, I'm going to tell you this, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I love you. Ain't nothing you can do about it. But let's make some discussions of some very relevant questions. And certain ones of them, I don't know, you may have something on your mind. I'd like to hear from you. But let's go beyond the congratulatory. Oh, brother, ma'am, I like what you had to say. This is a question and answer session. And we want testimony. I know y'all want to testify. I know your background. You want to bear witness, but it will be more helpful to me and to you. And to me, you help me to bring things out. I thank you for your prayers. I thank you for your work. I thank you for all things. And I want each and every one of you right now in your mind, go and get that checkbook and write out a check, or go to Zelle and send a donation to the Mosque Cares, the ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. And those of you who still write checks, ain't nothing wrong with checks now. As long as they don't bounce, write a check to the ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. And don't do it just one time. Do it regularly. And start saving up your money for the convention. That support the Mosque Cares. Lift the Mosque Cares up, as the scripture said, paraphrase the scripture. If I be lifted up, I will draw all men unto me. We need the Mosque Cares, the ministry, Imam W.D. Muhammad, to be the ministry. This is our government. Thank you. Peace be on you in the mercy of God. Assalamu alaikum.
Sir. Alhamdulillah. Excellent, excellent. And once again, congratulations. And we appreciate your strong, unwavering support that you always has given, like you said, WD Muhammad 1 and 2. And the message, when we have leaders like you that have the bravery, well, it's no coward in you. So I don't even like using the term bravery. Just having the good common sense that any leader should have to prove his sincerity and to prove his conviction behind what he believes in himself, what he claims to be, what the makeup is as an individual. When you stand behind that, you don't embarrass generations of African American people. You don't embarrass us as members of the international Muslim Ummah, as followers of Muhammad the Prophet. You don't embarrass your mother and your father as a member of your immediate family. You don't embarrass your wife and children by showing yourself to be something less. And that's what I feel is the crime that we see committed every day, and that disturbs not just you, but others, the majority of us. I think that the people that are willing to accept half-hearted leadership, hypocritical leadership, that those people are in the minority. I believe that the majority of us are tired of seeing the phony ronies, the people that are pretending and looking for opportunities to pretend some more and to show weakness and cowardice. Right. My son said something to me the other day. I was mad because he didn't pick up the phone. And he said something to me. So I asked him a couple of questions about myself. And then he said, and I said, why you think you don't see nobody else doing it? He said, because they're afraid. I said, maybe, but I can't. But the next question that I asked myself is, what on earth are they afraid of? I don't get it. And I know that's the type of leader you are. Ain't no coward in you. Not even even an itty bitty tinkling of it. It's not a single drop.
No, sir.
So
and don't feel inferior to nobody.
I appreciate you. Personally, if Allah don't bless me for one more second, I appreciate you.
I appreciate you. I mean that. We're blessed.
You're the real deal, and I believe that I don't have faith that people are gonna answer your call right away. But if we get behind you and we push them that they can get the help that a loving brother and friend can only give them. I believe if the leaders would actually come and sincerely try to be your brother, stop trying to be you or be better than you. That
That's
a
right.
lot of our judge,
That's
he's
right.
all of our judge. So
And
if they
stop
were
being envious and jealous because I'm working for them.
you
Believe you me, if I wanted to, I could just retire to Mexico, maybe have me a senorita and just chill.
and
But
you
I
be
can't do that. I'm
you'll be
working for
happy
us.
as a whatever the terms they use as what make a man happy. You'll
Yes,
be
sir.
happy. You can be. I'm the same way, man. Give me a box of popcorn and a nice comedic program to watch on TV. Hey, I might lose myself, and I'm easy like that. All I need is a pleasant atmosphere, some clean, fresh air, and maybe some cold water, and if I get hungry, a little food. I'm good. I'll forget.
Yes, sir.
I forget all my
I
enemies.
want to get me a
I do that
taco
every
right
day.
now.
It's easy for me to forget the people that don't like me. It's real easy. All right, so we got hands up, and we're gonna let other people get some time in, inshallah. Okay.
Good. We'll start with Imam Elam, and then we'll go to Imam Ismail, and then Brother Salim. Go ahead, Imam Elam.
Assalamu alaikum, brother Imam. Always a yeah. Just like the Imam said, we really cherish you as a friend and brother, and outstanding Imam. And congratulations. That's the main thing I want to say. Congratulations. And you deserve it. And it represents what we can do. You know, what you've done, have done, others can do the same thing to reach higher and higher. And
Yes, I was kind of glad to take that monkey suit off. But, you know, these medieval people or something. I mean, you when you put the gown on, you have to put your arms through this, and then they put a hood on you. And I was telling somebody, I said, you know what? I said, I'm afraid of these hoods because the last hood that was put on me was put on me by this master.
yes, sir. Keep up the good work, and
thank you. And I will be in touch with you next week to start Arabic class. I tell you, one good year with you, I'm going to be fluent enough to. I'm going for another doctorate, but I want to be fluent enough to do a doctorate in Islamic studies in one of the English universities, so I can write the book of the Madhab of Imam Wahid Muhammad.
Allahu Akbar.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you'll be able to do it in 5 to 6 months. So
well, I'm gonna hold you to it because I'm gonna start working. And my schedule is great. All I want to do is write and study.
Yes, sir.
And hopefully I'll get a good wife. Pray for me. I need one.
All right, next we'll go with Imam Ismail Shamsuddin.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Imam. Once again, congratulations as you've gotten my text. I have your thesis and I'm reading, so I will continue to move forward in reading it so that I can digest it, so that we can be able to continue to work for the work that you're doing. So thank you and congratulations on your efforts and for this community at large.
Thank you so much. The University of Chicago has asked me to prepare that manuscript for a book. So we intend to have a book on it that will be accessible to the general public. It probably be accessible to scholars and others who want to. It's a unique work because we're dealing in the psyche of these great leaders. What were the psychological forces that made Dr. Mays from your home state and Dr. Thurman and Imam Wahid Muhammad? What fueled them? What made them the exceptional human beings? And we know strong fathers and strong mothers. They were great men. God bless them. Anyway, thank you for reading it.
All right, next we'll go with Brother Imam Salim Manan.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum, everybody. It is good to be here with y'all. I thank Allah for you. I was just inspired by listening to you, and I want to point something out that I think is important. You have many gifts from Allah, but one of the gifts today that I really appreciated appreciate about you is that you have been preserved by Allah to not be a person that's conditioned to think that we can't do this work. There are many people outside of our community. At first, when Imam Muhammad addressed it, he said that the people have been conditioned that they can do nothing about it because the problems are so overwhelming. And now I'm beginning to see that same thing is on the Muslim community, that they're overwhelmed and they don't feel that we can do anything. You have somehow have been protected, and we need to share that, that we can do this work, and that, yes, Satan is big, that's the influences are bad, but we can still do it. We can still do some big things. And you have that gift from Allah. And I'm
Let
thankful.
me ask you this, brother. I'm gonna put you on the spot, brother Sulaim. I've been knowing you for years. What city are you in?
I'm in Saginaw, Michigan.
Well, they make some beans there. I'll never get those Navy beans. All you do is invite me to come there to speak. Invite me to Saginaw College, at quite a few colleges. I'll be glad to come. And I'll come, I speak in churches, pool rooms, anywhere I can speak. And I believe I can wake our people up. Allah has blessed me with that ability.
Well, you wouldn't ask me that. Yeah, you wouldn't ask me that if you didn't think we could do it.
Yes, sir.
So we're going to do it. We're going to do it.
I look for an invitation. You could write me, imamalfred@gmail.com, and I gladly respond. Anybody who want to bring me to that area, if they have 30 or 40 non-Muslim. I don't want to go in and get in a debate with somebody about Yaqub or somebody who knows a little bit more hadith than I do.
Yes, sir.
I want to wake people up.
I hear you.
Thank
you,
sir.
Thank
you. Keep up the good work in Saginaw. That
sir.
used to be a very promising city for us. Let's make it a promising city again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. I wanted to say I was listening. Whenever somebody asks a question, I listen while they speak as if I can answer the question also. I believe that it's his record of being successful at doing what he does best, and that's being a good follower and a believer. You see, those that don't experience success, they can't hold on to it. You can't hold on to failure, you see? So that's one. And you surround yourself with other people that also are good, with good intentions, and you will see their success. And many times the success of the people that you come across fuels your success. You see what I mean? Because I said, well, he's talking like Alfred, the only person. I said, I'm one of them too. I said, I get happier and better every day. That's how I feel personally. Now, others might not agree, but I believe that good men and women, their progress doesn't take a break. It increases.
And you know what, Brother Imam, we should be bringing you more to the area. We should be contacting the office. I know I had this in my mental notes to tell you. There was a journalist that doesn't like us. I mean, he's African American. He hated us. He died. But he didn't like us at all. But he came to a meeting and he saw you. He said, that's the real deal. He's going to take y'all somewhere. Now, this was an enemy of ours. I mean, this man spent 40 years writing about us. He didn't like us. He didn't want to even come to mosque after a while. I mean, I'd burn him up. I didn't care. But, but he told me, this was before he died. He said, I said, you want to come? And he said, I'm telling you.
I also believe in myself. Even if other people can't see me or don't understand or not willing to see me or understand me, I don't want you to think that for 1 minute that I don't believe in myself. I do believe in myself.
And I know you do.
I don't follow me. I follow guidance. I pray for it.
No, but I'm telling you,
I'm constantly praying for it.
It's like that you believe in yourself. I used to see you walking around on 7341 on the parking lot, going to school, and it was obvious that you had the specialty, that you were a leader even then.
Yeah.
Could see it.
Yeah, I was my father's son. You couldn't you couldn't be around him. This is a power ability that he had. Somebody was talking about, I'm trying to figure out how can we have a learned imam like Imam Alfred and some others. It might not be thinking about you at the time, but what did the Imam Muhammad have that they didn't have? Like why people would come up and ask worthless and useless questions to some of our learned imams and our leaders, or some, why do they do that? You know why? Imam Muhammad had an ability and a power where people feared disrespecting the
That's right.
man
But
in front of them.
you can feel the taqwa
His
inside of
blade
him.
was sharp, man.
Yes,
They didn't know they were cut until it was all game over. So a lot of people
you just had he had that spirit about him. It was like a ring of fire around him.
And the intellect.
Didn't tolerate no foolishness.
He outsmarted all of his enemies.
Yes, he did.
That's why we're here today. They strategized and they worked against him, but he outwitted every single one of them.
Every one of them.
You know it, I know it, but a lot of our community, a lot of people that's listening today, they don't know what don't have a clue what I'm talking about. Yeah, he outwitted all of them.
We seen it happen. People were walking close up, and some of them would be drop. After they couldn't get him, they would drive him crazy.
Yeah. Some of them he got rid of, and other ones he just left them to their own madness. Yeah,
that's right.
Alhamdulillah, it's a blessing, and I don't know if we need that. I think we needed Imam Muhammad when we needed Imam Muhammad.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I think what we're going to do, I think we're going to attract good, sincere people from now on, and we won't have the gamers and people who had one mind on materialism and how much they could steal and put one over on the people. We're going to start getting sincere, good people who want to see goodness on the rise.
That's right. That's the day we in. I believe sincerely that's the day we in. Yeah, the general public wants truth.
Yes.
They want truth, and they can find it right here.
That's right.
Yeah.
The next question we have Imam Anthony. We had two Anthonys, but it looks like Imam Anthony, your hand is up.
Assalamu alaikum, Alfred, this brother Anthony Lancy.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Cut them wide and deep like a razor. They don't even know the cut. But that was just, we in the old days we talked like that. But the one thing I wanted to really commend you on in realizing that, we talk with, especially our young brothers and sisters, but many our young brothers, the ones who are doing something, the ones who just keep going back and going to prison. And one of my friends out, the Mikhail Shabazz out in Portland, he did a lot of prison work. And he said after 40, he realized they were going to do anything, but keep going back. But my sons, support them and talk about them and lift them up, because that's the only way we rise up, like the young brother today. Alhamdulillah. That's what we're going to be moving on. And like Imam Warthi II said, you surround yourself with the good people, and you build.
Brother Imam Anthony, I'm gonna make a challenge to you. You were in a city of intellect, Michigan State University. I have a very good friend of mine who just left there giving a lecture. You all invite me out there. I can speak in several different departments. I'd like to address the people at the university, and also if you know of a decent preacher that allow me to come in and talk about interfaith and how we can better our people. That's what y'all imams can help me. I appreciate the questions. I admire the questions. I love you all. You know I love you. I wish I could eat a bean pie with you, but it would be more helpful for me to get into these areas where I can spread this message. So I hope you will resolve within your soul to commit yourself to helping me
the head of Islamic Studies at Michigan State. I've known him since he's been young, so we'll be contacting you, inshallah.
Okay, all right. It doesn't have to just be Islamic State. My expertise is in religion and history. I'll come and talk at any department. I'll talk to the general students about anything, and I'm sure I can speak within the discipline. So thank you, and I appreciate you and love you dearly.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
It looks like that is all the questions that we had, unless there was someone on the phone lines. We're on the phone line.
I thought he had his hand up earlier. It probably took him down.
It was two Anthony's. It was
Oh,
another Anthony.
So I hit unmute. I don't know. Can you?
Go ahead. Where's Sister Zakia?
Oh, you can hear me. Oh, great. Alhamdulillah. Listen, I just want to say assalamu alaikum to everyone, and my brother Imam Alfred. I want to apologize to you because I really came to see you in another light just tonight as we were listening to you, as I was listening to you here tonight. I appreciate who you are so much more than I realized. So I want you to know that I just appreciate the growth and development. I mean, I've known you since 1974, I think it was. I first met you in Harlem, New York. And now I see you as a great asset to this community, more than I realized. So thank you. That's what I want to say.
Thank you for growing.
Yeah,
I think I know who you are.
Yeah,
and
this
I
is Sister Newman. I want to share, I want to help and jump in and spread the love. It's good to hear your voice, sister. We love you. We know who you are. We know the friend of Imam Muhammad and what you mean to this community at large. A lot of people on this call may not know, but this sister is a model citizen of the leadership and of the community of Imam W.D. Muhammad from day one, and her husband was greatly responsible for much of the Dawah work during those early years and all the way up through to his passing. Her husband was a huge asset to the leadership of Imam W.D. Muhammad. And we thank Allah for you, and I feel necessary to recognize you, sister. We love you.
Yes, we love you. Now I know who you are. I remember the day you came into this community. And you're a great sister. And I must tell you, and I'm one of those people don't put down the church life. You came from a great church, Reverend Mamie Wilson, Convent Avenue Baptist Church, one of my favorite preachers. So I appreciate you. And you have grown. I appreciate you recognizing my group. I'm not the same Alfred of 1974. God knows I'm glad I'm not here. But, it's been people like you who have been observant enough to sometimes overlook the veil that we all wear veils from time to time. Sometimes it's necessary. Sometimes it's just by mistake. But I appreciate you, sister. I appreciate your mom. You're a dedicated person. And I hope you'll contact me because I would love for you to transcribe some of my works and distribute them. We want to get this message out to thousands, if not millions of people.
Yes, sir. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you again. Thank you so much.
All right, next we had Brother Anthony.
Yes, assalamu alaikum, Brother Alfred Muhammad. This is Brother Anthony at New York City, Mosque number 7B. Thank you for your talk today, sir. But quickly, I just want to ask you your take as to, during the years of our leader, while he was physically with us, he spent, I think, in my view, the majority of his time in colleges and universities and other places where he was invited to speak, and some places where we made efforts to have him speak. What happened to his loyal and devoted followers who follow him today, this very day? We don't go into colleges and universities and do the propagation of this deen like our leader did. And we talk about every day making him happy. We know those are the kind of things that make him happy, not staying in our little church masjids online or phone calls or hide in Zoom, hide inside Zoom. Why we don't go out like that? And the second thing is that I think we have to take one first Sunday and just make it a complete Dawa workshop so that at least the people that's on that comes on the first Sunday would know how to do some Dawa. Because at my business yesterday, 3 young men, ages like 25 to 29, all of them had their pants down. And I wanted to say something, but I was scared. I was sort of like step back for fear of retaliation or saying the wrong thing. How would you approach them? Because I wanted to say, you don't just say pull your pants up, but I know, brother Alfred, brother Imam, that there's something, because the brothers wasn't doing that for a while, for at least like almost 2 years. But all of a sudden, they started doing it everywhere again. So it has to be something in the environment, in the air, that causes our young men to react the way they do. Thank you, sir. Assalamu alaikum.
I tell you what Imam Muhammad said. I knew a brother was had some shameful behavior. And you tell them I was in Washington, D.C., not at the main mosque, but one of the mosques outside the Washington area. And there were a lot of brothers out there in the shopping center. I was determined to bring them to the masjid. And I told them, I said, you know what, you may be the new Minister Malcolm. And he had his pants bagged down, all of that. Call them to dignity. Call them to that greater cause. Brother, you may be the next Frederick Douglass. We're looking for you. You know, speak to their strengths. Speak to their greatness. Because just like it's in you, it's in them. So call on that greatness. Brother, you're too great for that. You are too, build them up. Don't tear them down, because they tear them down, they already torn down. They'll kick you because they are mostly nearly destroyed. Their self-esteem has to be built up. I see them every day, and I always tell them something good. Appeal to them. Brother, I can see you're a strong man. I expect a lot from you. That's how we have to do them.
Yeah.
But maybe you should contact me and let's go out on the street and go to work. Start inviting our people.
And I agree also. Sometimes it may not be as dangerous as it appears, that a person that doesn't feel they're guilty of offending the public or disrespecting themselves, you have to meet them on their level with respect, and don't attack what you see the flaw, because they don't know they're doing nothing wrong. The pants, hanging down, they don't know. I used to think that that if you tell a man that one of the things that he frowns upon the most is being having a homosexual, man hitting on him or flirting with him. I said, just think if a woman walked around showing you her undergarments, that might get your attention. I said, do you want that type of attention from a man that's interested in another man? But today, they might very well want that kind of attention. That, now they go with men, women, or whoever, and it might not be the ones that you see. But this is another thing. They have heroes. They have their little heroes in the public, in the television and radio and things like that. They dress like that. So in their mind, they not dressing down, they dressing up. They think you the bum. So that's another thing too, because they have designer clothes. They might be wearing them hanging down, but they got the jewelry, the designer clothes. One of their garments might be worth more than everything you wearing. One of their shoes or their shirt. And that's the truth for them. That's the reality we dealing with. But I don't know if Imam Alfred might be in town, but I'm gonna help him understand. Not understand. I'm gonna share with some things that I believe help me understand what the motivation is and what the real problem is, that most people turn a blind eye to, and they don't see it as the real true problem. And I believe I have a way of addressing it. But it's not something you share with public, it's something you share in private. Yeah. So I have to talk to him on a different time. I don't even like talking on the phone, because I don't want to hear the recording come back to me. Yeah. So, but it's the truth of the matter. And the society is so turned away from the good nature that God created us for, that you have to introduce humanity to people that
Right.
out here acting like savages, and they don't even know it. Oh, and another thing, you dress like this, people, I can walk in any place, walk pass me up. I dress like them guys. All the women want your attention. So you can't tell a young man that all the girls like not to dress the way he dressed. If he pulled his pants up, his girlfriend might leave him. So
that's right.
There's a lot to consider. There's a lot to consider.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, go ahead, Sister Marcy.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you. Greetings to everyone, and special greetings to you, Imam Alfred Muhammad and Imam W.D. Muhammad II. This is always the first Sunday for me is always such an enriching time. It's like we get filled up again. And I remember the last time you presented on the Mosque Cares Sunday, I was very impressed and connected with you in lieu of helping you make some connections for Dawah and appearances. So inshallah, a lot of things have happened in between that. Kind of got away with. I will be in contact with you. But Sister Zakia Numan, she was sharing her joy at reconnecting with you, and you were acknowledging about the potential and work she has done. And I just wanted to bear witness to that. She gifted me a couple of weeks ago with a copy of The New World Leadership that was written by her husband. She did the introduction or forward to that, but it was so much like the comments that you were sharing, the wisdom that you were sharing in your experience with us today. So may Allah bless you. Inshallah, we'll accept your invitation to reach out for you and help you spread the word. Alhamdulillah, we're grateful for you by Allah's leave. Beautiful.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
All right, that looks like all of the questions that we have. We'll turn it back over to Imam Alfred has closed out, and we'll turn it back over to Imam W. Muhammad II for closing remarks. But we do want to make the announcement for the 35th annual Muslim Convention. So Imam Alfred, if you didn't have anything else to say, we would turn it over to the chair of the 35th annual Muslim Convention, and then to make the announcement regarding the convention, and then we'll close out with remarks from Imam Warathuddin Muhammad II, inshallah.
I want to make a quick comment too about what the brother said about dedicating one of our programs to the Dawah, that we have a leader that Imam Muhammad selected for our Dawah. That's an open invitation to him. We're open if Brother Norman wants to do a first Sunday, what do you call it? A first Sunday guest speaker. That door is open. I don't know if he's on today, but if he's available, maybe we get the word out to him. Inshallah. Yeah, that's an excellent request, by the way. I think that was Brother Anthony, right?
Yes.
Yeah, excellent request. We're going to work on it, inshallah.
Yes, sir, Brother Wallace.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, Brother Wallace. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Yes, sir,
I
'cause
see you. I
always
saw your
wanna
name
talk
up there. So
anybody that's
yeah,
in my presence, I want to talk to them about the greatness of our Creator, of the Creator,
yes, sir.
and how the Creator operates in all our lives, no matter who we are. And that every day our body just, our mind, our body, our spirit just gives itself to the Creator, even without our permission. And I just want to tell the world that.
Yes,
And
sir.
that's like where my spirit is right now, because I'm always in
Alhamdulillah.
contact with
Yeah,
people.
I was mentioning Brother Norman Muhammad out of Grand Rapids. Brother
Yes.
Norman Muhammad. If we can reach him, inshallah, maybe we will dedicate the portion, the speaker portion, not the entire program, but the speaker portion to Dawah, inshallah. I've been wanting to have Brother Norman on the program, so I'll see what I can do. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. One God.
Okay. Yes. All right. So at this time, we're going to turn it over to and thank you, Imam Alfred Muhammad, for an excellent presentation. We look forward to working with you and hearing more from you in the future, inshallah. Next, we're going to turn it over to Brother Bashir Rahman, who is the chair for the Mosque Cares, the Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad's 35th Annual Muslim Convention.
Yes, thank you, Brother Imam Adil. And again, we thank Imam Wathidi Muhammad II for being the host again for this first Sunday. Excellent program. I think of for those of us who are into that R&B music, I think of the Whispers when they say it keeps on getting better with time. So it just keeps on getting better with time. So this is an excellent one, and we want to remind everyone, as has been stated, that the Mosque Cares 35th Annual Convention is coming forward. The theme, paving the way for youth. Again, for the excellent program. I think of for those of us who are into that R&B.
We got to go ahead. Go ahead. That's just some feedback. Somebody's line is open, but go ahead, Brother Bashir.
Okay. So again, paving the way for youth leadership. And we had an excellent presentation from one of our young members today in our community. So it's making me feel very optimistic about the future going forward. Everything is good. But most importantly, you can go to the website now, and we put that in the chat, muslimconvention.net. I want to repeat that, muslimconvention.net. You can start registering today. So we encourage those who are able to start registering today. And more importantly, share this to the committee members and to everyone that's on. Please share this, because this is how we grow and develop as a community. And this is an excellent opportunity for our youth. And which we want to do is show that we are paving the way for our youth leadership. So again, thank you, Brother Imam, for continuing to host all of these programs. We appreciate you, and we appreciate all the believers for your help and participation. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
And again, as Brother Bashir Rahman mentioned, that you could register now at muslimconvention.net. Now there is early registration. There's an early registration discount. So if you register, early registration will last from now until July 31st. So July 31st, that's a good length of time. The dates for the convention is Labor Day weekend, as always. Labor Day weekend. This year, Labor Day weekend falls on Friday, August 30th through Sunday, September 1st. So you'll have a 25% early registration discount starting today all the way up until July 31st. So please take advantage of that opportunity. You also have a discounted rate for vending for 3 days. For 3 days of vending right now, it's $50. After that, it'll be $75. So it's a great deal. And the link is in the chat, but you can go to muslimconvention.net. And also you can donate to the Mosque Cares at themosquecares.com, and that is also in the link to where you can donate to the Mosque Cares, the Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad, as well as you can donate, as always, through Zelle. You can donate through your bank via Zelle by using the Mosque Cares email address, wdmministry@sbcglobal.net.
And is all the information on the website at the
all the information.
So the information on the different programs and workshops, because our we usually have a program book, and over the past years we've had a pretty detailed program book. So if we don't have it together, we're going to have the all of the workshops and all of the things that you can choose to participate in, and like the awards banquets and the different programs and awardees. And now is the time to go to your leadership and go in your communities and consider persons that are notable, and that this is the time to be recognized at the annual Muslim convention in the association of the Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. Yeah, and there's some awards and some things that can be participated by believers that may not be from our community, but mainly now is the time to select those that stand out amongst others in your community, and bring them to the committee meetings or bring them to bring them to the attention of our chair or the Mosque Cares or myself and I deal here at the Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. This is our time to celebrate and time to shine and enjoy and to present the best of what we had to offer. And like we said, the theme is the youth now. Now I saw what was that Brother Bashir's daughter that I know Sister Ellen. All their children, the same children, right? I think that was your daughter. No, they're not all. Okay, but that sister, we need to get her back. I think I might have promised her. I told her, said we're gonna reach out to you one day. So it wouldn't hurt to reach out to her because she's a success story in herself. She's a very success, and there's many more. But I'm asking you, the audience, the people that can hear my voice, to get those people. If you love them, we love you. We all need to love them. So we need to get to know the young people that stand out and that are doing the work and leading the world that we live in. As American citizens, as Muslim American citizens, we need to know these young people that are on the cutting edge of whatever expertise they have and bring them to us, inshallah. And those people that are presenting, we want you to put your best foot forward. So start working on your presentation or your flyer. Adil can do it all. You know that he don't need your help. But this time, we want to have your personal input. So we want you to work on your own flyer, work on your own presentation and your own introduction to the community. And if you need any help tweaking it, we got you. So that's what I asked. That's my request. That's my only request right now. Thank you.
Yes, and per the email's request, as he mentioned about the award nominees and then the workshop presentations, that is on the website. So you asked, how can I do it? Just go on the website and at the top of the page, you'll see award nominations. You tap on that link, you click on that and it'll take you to a page where it lists all the award categories. And then you can enter the person you want to nominate, you can enter their name, and then you can enter a brief synopsis of why you think they should win the award, and you can inform us about their great works. Also on that page, also you'll see workshop presentation. If you want to present or if you want to suggest someone to present, you click on that and it'll take you to the page to where you submit their name, their information, or your name and your information and what you want to present about. Because there's going to be several people presenting and the committee will go through along with the imam and select what we think is most suited and most appropriate for the audience, that'll be most beneficial to the audience, to the committee audience. So you'll find that on muslimconvention.net and take advantage of this early registration.
Yeah.
And as the imam mentioned, this is the theme of the program. The theme of the Mosque Cares, the Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad's 35th Annual Muslim Convention. The theme is paving the way for youth leadership. So with that being said, I'll turn it back over to the last word for this first Sunday community program to Imam Wadathu.
Assalamu alaikum.
Second.
Alhamdulillah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Is that my auntie talking? How you doing?
I'm fine, thanks to Allah.
Okay.
Oh, alhamdulillah. There's just so many things I wanted to share, but I just want to say, believe how much I respect and appreciate everything I heard. But I also want to mention, because we mentioned the youth, my dear brother Joaquin II, and we all know, because once we live in Chicago, the center that Brother Obama is putting up is referencing the youth in some kind of way. Maybe we might want to recognize him, because we do know the importance of marriage and family life. If we can put something together for that, it's going to be virtual right now. We know we're not going outside of the building, but some kind of way, inshallah, I think it'll be special for us to recognize what he's doing. Because I get paperwork.
We on board. What is that? When is that?
Month.
When is that?
When is it?
What's the name of it? So we can,
No, what Brother Obama Center coming up in Chicago. Remember, we talked about it before. Yes, it's coming. It's already, he has the building up already, but they send me information every month asking for donations. But my point is, inshallah, we could recognize what they are doing, because his whole focus is on the youth. You see what I'm saying? And that's
Hey,
why I think,
hey,
inshallah,
that's right of line. You know what? I don't like to take credit for everything, but he may have inspired this whole youth thing, because I believe I heard them talking about that on the radio, on public radio. And yes, so without a doubt, if there's anything we can do to support it and to spread the word and to help him generate interest, so that for participant, it's an in-person participation type of something that's happening. If you can give us the information, or we'll look it up. We'll look into it ourselves in any way we can, because we have an audience. We have a audience and a following at the Mosque Cares, and we'll share it with all the believers within our voices. Because yes, that's the theme of what, so long as it's, we're not overstepping our bounds, but that's the theme of our 35th annual convention. And that's an excellent suggestion that we get on board, and join others that also feel a need to put the youth into the forefront, into the light for leadership, for present and future leadership. So that's an excellent
yes, sir.
suggestion. Yes, ma'am. Mhm.
Alhamdulillah, Brother Wardine II, and it says the Obama Presidential Center, Bringing Hope Home, and it has a booklet that they sent to me, and to show the outlet, or where they're going to build it in Chicago. They also have a building in Chicago. It's not too far from where we were on Stony Island, but the point is, I have different bits of information, but what he wants to do is, once again, referencing the youth and teaching young women and men how to be leaders in America. So, and his preference, and his wife says, the reason why they want to do it is because that's where they started, he and his wife, doing the good work in the community. So yes, sir, please pull it up online, because I can't tell you everything I'm looking at in terms of paperwork.
We listening, and the committee got their job cut out for them. I'm gonna follow up. I'm gonna make sure that we don't neglect this opportunity. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Give
Yes,
our
sir.
support. If we can't do nothing, we can give our support. That's what we'll do.
Yes, and also, yes, sir, and put it on paper, or just like you're saying, support it, because this is really special. And it says, it's a picture of she and President Obama.
Yeah, I've seen
Says
that
we
before.
hope you join us. So please go online, because they have all this information online, more than paperwork I have. But I just wanted to say that, and I also want to congratulate Brother Alpha for his master's degree. He says he wants to see Chicago on the south side come back alive again. So inshallah, this is going to be a part of it, I think, inshallah. So let's keep working together in unity. Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much for sharing.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you.
Thank you. Alhamdulillah. Assalamu
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
alaikum.
Yeah, Imam Muhammad II. This is Sister Isla that wrote the poem for you.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah.
You walking on a cloud for a minute. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Yeah.
I'm well. I'm getting well now. But I want you to know that I'm also working with youth. I have 13 teens and 3 adults. I'm working against fentanyl, the gun control, and abortion. Some that couldn't act, I've turned them into a teenage band. They have now drums, a guitar, bass guitar, and a piano.
Okay.
And they're going to stand it, and it's an opera. It's a musical called Mrs. High Sensation. So I look forward to you
do you all have a tape of it, or can you get a recording of it? Because there may be room for a presentation during the convention, inshallah. Yeah, if you're up to it, help them to join the committee meetings for the planning of the convention, inshallah.
Well, inshallah. But I just want to say this to you, Imam. And thank you, brother Imam Alfred. That was definitely a beautiful presentation. But I want to say this to you, Imam Wafiq Muhammad II. I'm going to quit and let somebody else speak. I just want to say this. I've always respected you and loved you. But what you said today about I believe in myself, but I depend on guidance. That is the most wonderful thing I heard come out of your mouth, because everybody should.
I wasn't speaking
guidance.
to everybody. I was just speaking to my brother, because he goes above and beyond. I've never had a friend that loved me the way Alfred loved me. He loved me like 100%. He's a full circle. He's a good friend. And I just wanted him to know. Sometimes when you help a person out so much, that you feel obligated to let them know that the help is reaching. And Brother Alfred, I just wanted him to know that the help is reaching me, because sometimes our nature as human beings is to neglect ourselves in service to what we believe is serving Allah, but through serving our community. And he's a witness that I've devoted my entire life to serving humanity. I've always had. I've never looked astray. I never even dreamed of doing something other than what I'm doing right now. And I wanted him to know that I haven't neglected myself. What Allah said, he said, go as in a race to all that's good. But don't forget your share. And he knows that, but I thought it was a good opportunity to let him know that, yeah, I'm not, no matter how much they beat up on me, I'm not beat. I'm not downtrodden. I'm not even affected by it. So, yeah. Yeah,
Well,
that's
you
what I mean.
shouldn't
When I say I believe in
like
myself, it's not
your
like the secular
father.
way. It's a different type of belief. It's not like the secular world that wants us to be individuals. I believe in myself as a servant to humanity, as a selfless
right.
servant to humanity, not to serve myself. Because when I think of myself, I don't see nothing on the table that I'm interested in. I'm only interested in serving you. That's it.
That's right.
Allah has given me more than I ever thought I could ever dream of acquiring on my own. And I'm not talking about materialism or money either. But Allah has blessed us with a leader that has blessed all of us, that open our hearts to him and to the Holy Quran and to the message in the Quran. But if we follow Imam Muhammad, we're gonna be blessed. And if you follow the guidance in the Quran and believe it as a sincere believer, Allah will guide you to places you never thought you could go. Yeah, and that's in English. I read Arabic, but I'm not a scholar. And the Holy Quran has taken me places that I never dreamed, just this year, never dreamed I could go. Yeah. And next year, I believe I'm gonna discover more. Inshallah, I hope to. Yes, ma'am. I appreciate the compliment. But I really, really do. Really, really do.
Like your
But that
father, my
was for
brother.
Alfred. That was for Alfred. Yeah.
Okay, but I'm gonna say this about you. Just like your father, you were also born for the mission. Alhamdulillah. Allahu Akbar. Assalamu alaikum.
Like my son. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna close at the program now. We had an excellent program. We don't want to keep anybody too much longer. You all, after Imam Elam, if Imam Elam is available, after he closes out with a dua, if you all, I'm not sure how much time Brother Adil has, but if you all want to continue conversations, then hang around for a minute and we can strike up some conversations. I got to make dinner, but I may not be. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Ameen. Assalamu alaikum, everybody.